Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugene.
Elmer Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay answered. Roll call.
Thank you.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Keenan-Bacardi is present. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati answered. Roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Helena, good morning.
Good
Present.
morning. Honorable Pernell Halona answered. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James, present.
Honorable Vince James answered. Roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez answered. Roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered. Roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Otoso.
I am here. Present.
Honorable Otoso answered. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker is present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not answer. Roll call. Honorable
Wanika is here.
Edmund. Honorable Edison Wanika answered. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazi answered. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Calum Jr. is present. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered. Roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning. I'm here. Present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Delegate Hino is present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy
I'm here.
Yellowhair.
Yellow hair's on the line for here this morning.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered. Roll call. Speaker, you have 21 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, with 21 members present, uh, we do have a quorum. That continuing on down, colleagues.
Speaker Damon, Delegate Rick Nez request to speak, just to say thank you, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Before I turn the floor over, colleagues, there's a request to continue on with the invocation that was given yesterday due to the fact that we haven't ended. Because that prayer was for the entire week. So that request, I'll go ahead and continue on. With that, Chairman Nez, I'll turn the floor over to you before I go and recognize the guests. I'll turn the floor over to you now and recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable colleagues. Speaker, I just want to say thank you very much to your finance staff over there. Based on the meeting we had this morning, I just want to say thank you on behalf of the 24th Council at Finance Section, Ms. Divina Begay, Eugenia Antonio, and Lonette over there. Just want to say thank you for doing a good job and taking care of us as they do. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And then just additionally too, we have Miss Regina Shorty too as well. That's over there, Chairman. So they do good work over there. So thank them. Thank you, ladies, for your continuous efforts and work that you do. That, colleagues, moving on down, any more recognizing guests and visiting officials? If there are none, let's go ahead and go on down. We'll do a recap. We did have a
Speaker Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So on recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Yes, thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you, Speaker. Other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. My recognition is for the elderly folks and the young folks. Nutney Horseshoe Ringers are participating in the 2021 World Horseshoe Tournament in Winnemucca, Nevada. They started yesterday and it will end on July 31st. They are competing against the best in the nation and other countries. They are from Torreon, Nutney. In the Elders Division, Tommy Antone from Torreon, New Mexico. In the Men's Division, Stacy Trujillo, Tinian, also a part of Torreon community. And also Eugene Mace of Ojo Encino, New Mexico, Jacob Trujillo of Tinian, New Mexico. In the Women's Division, Lachey Mace of Ojo Encino, New Mexico. And in the Junior Girls Division, Kaylee Trujillo. Miss Kaylee Trujillo is ranked in the top 10 in her work through the previous year. So I just want to give them the recognition that they sorely deserve. And basically, good tossing. Let's get lots of ringers. So that's my acknowledgement of people of Orion and Ohontino. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Are there any other further recognitions this morning?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Chairman Cardi, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. I appreciate. Want to just recognize to the council that we have Sarah from Red Mesa who's walking for justice for her aunt Ella. I want to thank Delegate Charlene So and Delegate Eugenia Charles Lee for meeting with the family and advocating. We're walking here along the highway to bring awareness, and something that Sarah and her family would like the council to advocate for is elder safety and installing cameras at the elders' home. And so if Chairman So and the oversight can re-examine the Navajo Nation Senior Citizen Trust Fund and see as a nation what we can do to keep our elders safe. So thank you, Speaker and the Council, for supporting our families as they are dealing with the tragedy of not knowing where their grandma, auntie, sisters at. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that recognition, Madam Chair McCarty. With that,
Speaker, your chair, Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So on recognitions.
Good morning, Speaker Damon, members of 24th Navajo Nation Council, President Nez, Vice President Lizer, Chief Justice Joanne, Jane, and Navajo Nation people listening to the world. I would like to recognize the following guests throughout the Navajo Nation, our educators and the school superintendents who have done an outstanding job during the COVID-19 pandemic. Patricia Goni, Navajo Nation Department of Education, Karina Begay, Cedar Unified School District, Quincy Nate, Chinley School Unified School District, Michael Pakin, the Flagstaff Unified School District, Dr. Bessie Dubies, and Canada Unified School District, Ron Taney, Huber, Overgard Unified School District, Robert K.O. Patrick, Holbrook Unified School District, Brian Fields, Joseph City Unified School District, Ron Elson, Kayenta, Unified School District, Larry Holden, Pace Unified School District, Chris Overgard, Pinion Unified School District, Andre Potter, Brett Mesa Unified School District, Kim Pierce, Sanders Unified School District, Dr. Terry Murrier, Yuba City Unified School District, Dr. Shana Goodsell, Winrock School Unified School District, Kwani Gover, Winslow Unified School District, Daniel Benedeza, Central Consolidated School District, Mike Haya, Gallup, McKinley County Schools. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Otto So to add to the queue.
Thank you very much for that recognition, Honorable Eugene So. Let me go ahead and continue on down. Honorable Otto So.
Speaker, President's on the call, just for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Here at last, Speaker, I don't members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. My recognition is also to our educators across the nation who are educating our children at this time of the pandemic, and especially in my community, Tuba City. We have the Tuba City Boarding School, Mr. Coughlin, who is managing and steering the ship there at Tuba City Boarding School, and all the educators and the individuals who are up in the school leadership. We really appreciate your services and how you guys provide the education to our children. Also to our Tuba City Unified School District, our employees there also. I really am truthfully grateful that you guys provide a service for our Navajo children, our Indian children out that live within those regions. The others are Tuba City Gray Hills High School Academy. And I know school out is only one more week. You guys only had 1 month of school out, but you guys are going back to work again. We hope that we're not, you're not getting burnt out, but all kudos to you guys for those services. The others are a chapter of Tuba City. They're a local alternative form of government, and I always keep the relationship of where the local control stays at the local level. So I really appreciate the 20th is a chapter for their service and what they do for the community there, and how they address things locally.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So that, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. No one with the reserved time. I'll recognize your guests and visiting officials. Any further recognitions, colleagues?
Delegate James here, Speaker.
Honorable James, go ahead, floor is yours.
Here has another speakers and the members of the council and audience. I'd like to recognize all those families that are on the sisterine system where they have to haul water. And I'm moving towards a document that I received from several families yesterday regarding notices that were sent out from PUA. And that notice, it indicates that certain homes will eventually be fined $106 due to wastewater usage and whatnot. But please understand that these homes that have running water, these parents and grandparents that do have access and running water to their homes, their children and grandchildren that are on the sisterine system end up going to their parents and grandparents' house to get water to put into their sisterine system. And right now they're being recognized as wasting water due to the drought issue. So if we can get some information from NTUA, that would be very helpful as well to move forward on how we can address these homes that are on sisterine systems that have to haul water. And in the past, I've always brought up the issue that there's many homes in Ganado that are not hooked onto water line, but we're taking water elsewhere to other communities. And this is one prime example because these several notices came from several families, several homes within Ganado, and their families live around them and they're on sisterine system and they're not hooked on, so they have to haul water. And now they're being told that we're water shortage and you have to pay a fine of $106. And so we need to make it known that, Ganado needs assistance with hooking on all these homes with water that are in need of water line to their homes. In the past, we've always been told Ganado has a lot of water. Ganado has a lot of water. They have a lot of water. We can take it all the way down to Loop. That's how much water we have. But again, understand that there's a lot of homes in Ganado that are not hooked up to the water line. And as we can see, it's currently an issue now that we're water shortage with those families that are hauling water to their cistern system that was given to them by IHS or was installed by IHS. So if we can have a little more conversation in regards to that, to make it known that, this is what NTUA is doing out there now on getting the notices out. So Kot'ela in cahoots to all those families that don't have running water to their home. God bless you and many blessings to you, and I hope you guys do get water access and water project. You guys are on the water projects for the Navajo Nation to get water to your homes. Thank you very much, and I recognize all those families that have to haul water every day or twice a day, 3 times a day, just to serve their families and their needs, to accommodate themselves each day, because water is life. Thank you. Wait the rest of my time.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, any other recognitions this morning? Going twice. Or 3 times. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. We do have we did review and adopt the agenda yesterday. We had a motion by Honorable Chairman Yazzie, second by Honorable Halona, to approve the agenda. We did complete the State of the Nation address, and then there was a suspension of floor rules, go on down to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. After that report was done, there was a motion to accept reports from the Chief Justice, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, and the remaining of the oral reports, and also all the written reports. So with that, let me go ahead and go on down to our only item of report first, and that's going to be receiving a financial report from the Controller. Madam Controller, Acting Controller, Ms. Yeh, are you on the line?
Yes, Speaker, we're here.
Great.
Hello?
With that, well, you do have 20 minutes on the board for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'm happy to present the Controller's report for the third quarter of fiscal year 2021. Also with me here in my office is Rob Willie. He's one of our accounting managers for our office. To start, during the third quarter of fiscal year 2021, the following events occurred. The Navajo Nation has received 1.8 billion, or almost 1.9 billion, from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, or ARPA. Expenditure plans, fund management plans will be needed to approve to utilize the funding, and the funding must be spent by the end of calendar year 2024. We also generated the revenue projection for fiscal year 2022, and it was distributed to all 3 branch chiefs. The Navajo Nation Council also approved, and the Navajo Nation President has signed into law the distribution of the approximately 42 million unspent CARES Fund into the Hardship Assistance Program Phase 2. Application period for the Hardship Assistance Phase 2 starts August 1st and ends September 30th, 2021. And the Office of the Controller did job fairs, and we hired 60 temporary workers to help the office implement the Hardship Assistance Phase 2 project. Actually, the Tuba City job fair is ongoing today, and the Crown Point is scheduled on Thursday. We plan to hire 10 at Tuba City job fair and another 10 temporary workers at the Crown Point job fair. The Office of Controller also submitted to the U.S. Treasury the 281 pages report for the third quarter CARES Fund activities. And that's shown on Exhibit A attached to the report. Next, a donations web page was set up for monetary donations to the Navajo Nation for the COVID-19. As of June 30th, 2021, the online donations received a total amount of $10,176,086. Another achievement, the current unaudited unappropriated balance in the C Housing Fund is $439,257,430 as of June 30th, 2021. And we listed the projects funded under the C Housing Fund. Those are the water, wastewater projects, the USDA's pasture rangeland, the Crown Point student housing, the power line and chapter projects, Crown Point Youth Center, Church Rock Industrial Park, Tonalea Chapter, Ganado Senior Citizen and Veteran Center. There's also the Chapter Heavy Equipment Plan, SDS Water Project. And this particular project has the most activity for this past quarter, an amount of $195,887,762 of the $418,450,629 has been expended. And there's also the NDOT road improvement projects. The business unit has not been set up, but is approved for $833,333. For the permanent fund updates, in accordance with the permanent fund income 5-year expenditure plan, $40 million was made available for the Navajo Nation General Fund operating budget for FY 2022, and $3,569,000 is available for capital projects. On the controller's financial information for the third quarter, under the payroll section, we processed $49,900,147 of payroll. For the general fund financial data, the unaudited gross general fund recurring revenue as of June 30th, 2021 is $164,149,654. Total set aside $43,822,308. So the net revenue for the general fund was $120,327,347, which is 106% of the projection. So we exceeded the projection by 6%. And the average price of barrel of oil for the quarter has been $66.07. And the other significant revenue source is the tax revenue for the general fund. The collection for the third quarter was $24,296,082. The total unaudited expenditure by branch, as shown on Exhibit C, the legislative branch has a remaining budget of $8,441,374. That's equivalent to 44% of available budget. For executive branch, the remaining budget was $80,649,431. That represents 38% of the available budget. Judicial branch has a remaining budget of $7,287,013, equivalent to 42% of the remaining budget. Fixed costs, remaining budget of $15,211,237. That's equivalent to 44% of available budget. So overall, total general fund and fixed cost expenditures, remaining budget was $111,589,054. That represents 40% of the overall available budget. Since we're already on the third quarter of FY21, all the branches were behind in expending their available budget. We should be at 25% available budget for the last quarter of FY21. But given the lockdown, everybody is behind in expanding their budget. The updated UUSB as of June 30th, 2021 is $25,786,238. That's in addition to the $20 million that will be set aside to address future projected general fund revenue decrease. And for the contracts and grants information, we enclose Exhibit E, Exhibit F, and Exhibit G. Those are the funds for the federal, for the state, and the BIA IHS. For the investment information, the Master Trust, as of May 31st, 2021, the Master Trust had a market value balance of approximately $4.58 billion, with a total return of 4.2% for the third quarter and overall return of 16.13% fiscal year to date. For the defined benefit plan, as of May 31st, 2021, the defined benefit plan had a market value balance of approximately $1.21 billion, with a total return of 4.62% for the third quarter and fiscal year to date return of 19.24%. In summary, for the investment, the domestic and international equity markets performed positively for the quarter, with returns in the mid-single digits. And the Master Trust and the defined benefit had an overall domestic equity return of 6.07% and 6.04%, and international equity return 7.02% and 6.93% respectively for the quarter. Treasury short-term rates are still near zero at 0.05%, whereas the intermediate and long-term interest rates fell slightly during the quarter. The Master Trust and the defined benefit had an overall domestic fixed income return of 1.07% and 1.05%, and a return of 1.04% and 1.04%, the same for the bank loans holding, respectively, for the quarter. And of course, everybody talking about that the inflation is up. So overall, the master trust and the defined benefit plan portfolios continue to benefit through diversification and strong equity markets that's boosting the returns above expectations. And that concludes my report, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Begay, and thank you very much for the presentation. Now, colleagues, before we continue on, let me go ahead and get a motion. Motion for receiving the financial report from the controller. Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Second?
Chair, second.
Second by Honorable Paul Begay. That, colleagues, any comments, questions?
Question, Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel
Question,
So.
Charles Newton.
And Chair Charles Newton, I'll put you in the queue. Chairman Daniel So. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Ado, members of the Navajo Nation Council, President and Vice President, and Acting Controller. Thank you for your report. Appreciate what you've presented orally. And to the listening public, thank you for your attention to this. My question basically then, there are unexpended monies. We're in the third quarter and some of the expenditures were only 42%, where it should have been maybe 68 to 72%. And that would equate to some carryovers. Do you have any thoughts? Because it seems like there's going to be huge carryover. And should we just put that into UUFB rather than doing the carryover to let the divisions get more money? But it just seems like this is the third year they haven't. We've given them carryovers and they haven't spent it all. The second question is specific to the Wells Fargo deposits. What is the interest rate earned at this point in time? I know now they have had access to the 700 million CARES Act. Now they have access, or the account they're holding is also includes the 1.8 billion. And I'm wondering what the interest income is bringing in. And then also, after we start doing the expenditure plan, there will be certain dollars amount obligated to contracts, and then there will be a huge remaining balance that would go all the way into the last of 2024 and maybe beyond. What are your thoughts about developing an investment plan respective of the ARPA? I know some of the information that the council has received, we are have the ability to invest and to earn interest income on these ARPA funds. And those are my immediate questions, Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. With that, every time at 1 minute, 58 seconds. Let me go ahead and move on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, good morning. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Speaker and colleagues. I just want to ask Controller Begay, thank you for the report and for providing us a written report on the information that you've just shared with us. In regards to your second bullet point on your page 1, you talk about the general fund revenue projection. Can you tell me what this projection is at this time? And also remind me again how the projection is calculated and how that affects our general funds. I know that that has been explained before, but when you're not working with that every day, you tend to forget. So if we can just get a recap on that. My second question is in regards to page 2, the third bullet point, you do share information on the monetary donations that were made to the Navajo Nation for COVID-19. The total amount being $10,176,086. In that same bullet point, you do report that $8,893,839 of these donations have been budgeted. Speaker, this may be a request to your office as well. We know that the Department of Emergency Management is in charge of this fund management plan. However, we have not been given a report on where those fundings have gone and what donations have been purchased, and more importantly, which communities receive these donations. So if we can get a report on that spending amount of $8,893,839. Also, you have a breakdown. Thank you for giving us a breakdown on your Exhibit A regarding the CARES funding. There is money left over that we know is going into the CARES hardship, but there's still some open commitment amounts. For instance, if you look at the judicial branch, there is $31,623. That is an open commitment amount. My understanding is that the time frame or the timeline that was put in place by these by council for these departments and divisions and even branches to expend these funds has passed. So why are we still seeing open commitment amounts for some of these divisions and departments? Those are my questions at this time, Speaker. I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles. Reserve your time at 2 minutes, 30 seconds. We'll go ahead and continue on down. If I go back to the Madam Controller, Honorable Otto So, and then I'll go back to you, Madam Controller. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members of the council. Also, the Madam Controller for your report. One area that caught my attention is that you spoke about the oil prices, and you did talk about the oil prices in what the current market value is. And we know that the oil market fluctuates every day. Sometimes be good, sometimes be not good. But the last controller did ask a question to her, and she did not answer my question. Also, Mr. Willie didn't answer my question. And but maybe I can get this answer out of you my question is, why isn't it that the nation's oil is not hedged? A couple of years ago, when the oil market went down the drain, the Navajo Nation oil revenue was at the mercy of the market. And as their controller, the program, why is our oil not hedged if it's not hedged? I'm going to reserve my time.
Honorable Otto So, reserve your time at 3 minutes, 28 seconds. This time, let me go back to you, Madam Controller.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Navajo Nation Council. The first question is unexpended monies for the third quarter, and whether carryovers is allowed. Generally, all general funds should lapse at the end of the fiscal year, and carryovers should not be allowed. Just my recommendation. And when I read an expended remaining balance for all the branches and the fixed costs, when I said 44% is still available for the budget, for example, for legislative branch. So that means almost half of the available money that was budgeted is still remain unexpended, meaning 44%. And it should just be 25% typically in a normal fiscal year. But given the pandemic, the lockdown, so most of the branches, most of the programs have not been expending their money. But again, generally, all general funds should lapse at the end of the fiscal year. For the Wells Fargo deposit, the ARPA money, it's generating approximately 0.025%, which is not that much. So we calculated it's just generating around 1,000 to 1,500 a day. And the last report that we got from Wells Fargo, from the time we invested it back at the beginning of June to date, there was approximately 40,000 that was generated as investment income for the ARPA money. It remains intact, there's no activities, and there is a scheduled investment committee meeting on July 26th at 1:30, and it's a Zoom meeting, and everybody is welcome to attend, and the discussion will be the other option where we can get the best yield for our ARPA investment. There will be managers, money managers that will be presenting to the investment committee. The fact of the matter is that we have an investment policy and we're restricted to just invest external grants like ARPA on US-backed securities like T-bills, like Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, federal home loans. Those are the type of investment that we are restricted to invest external money. And we are developing a plan wherein we can ladder the maturities of these investments. We basically diversify the maturities based on our needs. And we have 3 years to expend the money, and we're planning to make a diversification on the maturity date so we can get a higher yield, because short-term investments just generate lower return. For the question on this is Madam Chair's Charles Newton question on the general fund projection, how it's calculated. We submit the projection to all the 3 branches, and the calculation is based on the revenue source. The main revenue are the oil and gas, the coal, the taxes from the business activities, the investment income, the land rentals, the right-of-way, the business sites, court fines, and other miscellaneous revenue. For this upcoming fiscal year 2022, we projected 187,323,000 as the projected general fund revenue. But of course, there's the set aside. That's the 12% set aside for the permanent fund. There's also the 2% land acquisition trust fund, the higher education set aside, capital outlay match funding, water rights claim fund, historical trust litigation, and the 4% veterans trust fund. So the total set aside for this upcoming fiscal year 2022 was $50,118,000. The net revenue for budgeting for the fiscal year 22 operating budget was $137,205,000. And of course, there's the permanent trust fund income that was added to the general fund based on the approved 5-year expenditure plan by the council. So 14 million was added to the 137,205,000, resulting in the operating budget for fiscal year 2022 to 177,205,000. And the question on the donation on bullet number 3 on page 2, the budgeted for the Department of Emergency Management, $8,893,839. The concern that there was no report by the department, and we were not informed how they're planning to expend that money, as well as DOJ is mainly responsible for this. Let me ask Rob, do you have any additional information on this?
Thank you, Elizabeth. This is Robert Willie, County Manager. I believe that the fund management plan states how these are supposed to be utilized. I don't have the document number for that offhand, but I can look it up and have it sent to all council if they so wish also. Thank you.
Okay. And the next question about Exhibit A, where the CARES funding, detailed expenditures, and the open commitments for the judicial branch, I was informed that they submitted an invoice to pay off the open commitments of $31,623. The problem is that they submitted an invoice that is more than the committed amount. So we're trying to work with the judicial branch to split the invoice so that we can pay the $31,623. They submitted more than that, and if they don't resolve that, then we will revert that money to the hardship assistance phase 2 budget. And the question of Delegate Ottoso on the oil prices, that's a very good question. Right now, the oil price, the crude oil is running at over $60, $66, and we never hedge that. It is a good recommendation to hedge the oil price, because in the event that the oil price goes south again, like last year, then we'll protect it. So we will start working with that to get it hedged, since it's anticipated because of this Delta COVID that is going on again, that there will be a slowdown again in the economy. And we'll keep you updated on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Or Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Any further comments for Madam Controller? If none, then we go
Speaker
back to
Kellen.
the reserve time. Hello?
Speaker Kellen.
Alan, go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Speaker. Ms. Begay, Controller, good morning. Appreciate the report. You know that there's a legislation is going to be considered, and I'm sure that you will be on the call listening in. 110. And I know that we had some issues with the approval process through the controller's office from the previous CARES Act funding, and you know that a lot of our chapters didn't get their projects going because a lot of them deemed to be not allowable. But on the other hand, they were allowable for some enterprises. Prime example, I mean, one of our chapter wanted to allocate some funding for broadband, but they were told that there was it was unallowable. But we gave some funding to NTUA and others to establish a cell tower across the Navajo Nation. So I think there's got to be a better way to help our local chapters. And I think that's one area I really like for your office to be prepared, because, I mean, we got to get these projects down to the chapter level, and without any hesitation or without any delay, get these projects going. I mean, that's another situation that we're dealing with right now, because the majority of our chapters haven't received all of their heavy equipment. I mean, they're going through process. I mean, in some instance, a lot of our chapters are just given the runaround. If not, a lot of the items that they asked for are over 90 days, and now some of these aren't valid as far as the price, and even some of the price of the equipment have gone up. So this is the situation that I'm afraid that we will be going through again, and we may say that 3 years are long years to get this done, but I mean, I can guarantee you that with the system that we have and how the controller's office or OMB get these process going, it's really going to delay a lot of these projects. So my request to you is that how can we make a recommendation to the legislation, if not, what would be your position in making sure that a lot of these fundings don't get held up on some of the process, and what is the recommendation that you can give us so we can be prepared, because RDC has, and overall, a lot of these programs will be hindered with a lot of these policies that we get from Department of Treasury, and then each department in your office or OMB also interprets the policy, the do's and don'ts. What's allowable and what's not allowable are being interpreted differently from different programs again.
So that's the thing that I'm worried about, and I'm not sure what you can recommend to the council, making sure that this legislation, if it is approved, will be able to make some amendment if necessary. Chair, Speaker, reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Honorable KLBA. That reserve your time at 59 seconds. That moving on down back to everybody else in the queue. So again, let me go back to reserve time. Chairman Daniel So, 1 minute 58 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Ms. Begay, on Exhibit A, you have the CARES Act project listing, and you have a column reserve budget amount, and then you have a column expense amount. Of the expense amount, what are the actual dollars that are encumbered? The other is within the citizen funds, there are projects specific to Jemez Mountains and probably other chapters that have projects with, let's say, Continental Divide. There are a couple of projects that are finished and there are outstanding invoices. And my question is, how soon will those invoices be paid? Because we are basically working with Jemez Mountains and Continental Cooperative to take on the new ARPA funds that chapters have submitted power line, the short line extensions. So that's the part that I'm would like to see how soon we could get some of those outstanding invoices from the two electric cooperatives. The other is we understand the aspect of what the gaming enterprise brings in, and the distribution that goes to the chapters. It occurs periodically and not on an annual basis. Thank you, Speaker. If one of the delegates would provide me some time, I'd sure appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. That moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles Lillen, 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I just have a concern. I think that my understanding is that Controller Begay also has this concern in that there has been no report provided regarding the $8,893,839 spending that has been donated to the Navajo people for COVID-19. So if we can get a report from the responsible party, I think it would be, it is our fiduciary duty to understand and to report to the people where this money has gone. As stated, the fund management plan should state how funds should be used. The question is, were those funds used in that manner? With that, Speaker, I'm going to give the rest of my time to Shija Honorable Daniel So.
Thank you. That, Chairman Daniel So, 1 minute, 45 seconds.
Thank you, Chiaga. Honorable Chair Charles Newton. Ms. Begay, regarding the gaming enterprise, the distribution to the chapters, it seems like, we hear that it happens almost like an annual basis, but my understanding that only happens periodically. Could you provide a spreadsheet to the council and to the chapters when it was established, how many times that distribution has occurred? And so in that aspect, then the chapters can basically know what to put in their budget. I know that we've put a lot of items on your table, but we certainly appreciate the direct answers that you provided. And I appreciate the fact that you're not saying, I'm schooled here, I'm schooled there, I have these credentials. You're just straight on answering questions, and I really appreciate that. And thank you for your service. You've done it before, and we appreciate what you're doing going forward and working closely with the council and the committees that have particular oversight. You are the chair of the investment committee, and I will be attuned to the aspects of how we can utilize the ARPA funds to gain more interest rather than 0.025. I'd like to see it go above 1%, and that's certainly and even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Pat, we're going down. Honorable Otto So, 3 minutes and 28 seconds. Honorable Otto So. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me? All right. Anyway, thank you for that response, Madam Controller. And yes, our oil needs to be protected. And as I indicated, that our oil is not hedged, and it's really subjected to the market. And I did ask the reasoning from the former controller and from that office, and I didn't get a response. And we're talking about millions of dollars. And if the oil prices plunge now, say tomorrow morning, we will be subjected to the market, and we will not, we won't recover. So this is the reason why then those areas that we should be hedging our dollars, and whether I think we need to have a thorough discussion with the council on what should be considered under mandatory hedging, because like I said, we will be subjected to the market. So the other is the donation of the $10 million. It's really troublesome to really see that those dollars are still there, and we need to expend the mitigation of COVID. That's how those dollars were donated, for the mitigation and prevention of COVID. And I hope it's not sitting in some tribal bank account or tribal line item not being expended. And I think we need to get a thorough update on how those dollars are being expended and utilized. The other is that I know the Navajo Hopi Land Commission has some dollars that are mixed up with our master investment account, and I would like to have a discussion pertaining to those dollars of the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund, so that we can sit down and itemize and see where those dollars are at, and what our amounts are. I know we had a discussion, but we need to have a thorough accounting for those funds, because they allude to New Mexico the New Mexico agreements and the Arizona settlement agreements. So there's two pots of money that we are speaking to. So, but we will have that discussion, Madam Controller, and I appreciate your time and stepping up to the plate at this time when the nation requests you to provide this. The other is that I sent the email out to you Friday as a response to the Office of Accountability from the PCART section. I really hope that you could weigh in on that email. Just wanting to see what your thoughts and view was pertaining to that email. And that's the reason why I CC'd you in the response, because clearly you're not part of the CC when the Office of PCART section sends out a document. You're not you're the head person of that office, and you're not CC'd, and it troubles me to see that Office of the PCART section does not clearly CC you in any response to the branches. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, let me go back to Madam Controller. Honorable Eugene, so I'll put you in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council. First question from Delegate Key Allen Begay. Legislation being considered for the approval process for the ARPA. Yeah, I understand the concern, the breakdown of controls over at the CARES Act funding expenditure plan. And definitely we will need new personnel to handle the ARPA expenditure plan. And of course, there's the allowed 10% administrative cost. That's part of the legislation. It will really help our office and other offices to fund new personnel or consultants that will help us. In contrast with the CARES Act funds, we did not get any administrative costs to basically manage that, except for the 20 million, I believe, that was given to the Controller's Office at the tail end of the CARES Act funding that was used thereafter for consultants. But we will be working closely with DOJ on the allowed and disallowed issues, and basically we will be much prepared in the ARPA expenditure plan compared to the CARES Act expenditure plan that happened in the past. And for the question from Delegate So about the expense account or amount under the Exhibit A, what it means is that all that 100% has been expended except for the judicial branch at 98% expenditure. And there's one item for the Controller's Office, and that's for the ongoing audit of the CARES Fund, and that's at 98%. And the other question about the CIHASN, the Continental Divide Power Line Extension Project. I can transfer the floor to Mr. Rob Willie to clarify that issue. Rob?
Regarding, if you could send me more detail on that question, I could find out who is taking care of that, and then if it's arrived here at the Controller's Office. But right now, I don't have enough detail to quite cover that answer. Thank you.
The other question by Delegate So is the gaming enterprise distribution to chapters. We will reach out to the gaming enterprise and create a spreadsheet of when it was established, how many times they gave the distribution to chapters, and we can provide that report to the Navajo Nation Council. Another question, Madam Chair Charles Newton, report on the 8 million. Of course, her concern that there was no report made. So we will reach out with the Emergency Fund Management Department to get an update on that and report back to the Navajo Nation Council. For the question Delegate So, also about, again, the oil needs to be protected, and I agree with that. So we'll be working on hedging our oil revenue moving forward. The Rehabilitation Trust Fund, yes, we can meet on this regarding the status of the New Mexico and the Arizona. And the P card, yes, I'm concerned about the P card issues as well. And we're trying to work in-house to address all these issues about P card. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That we go to Honorable Eugene So.
Shay, what do you?
Hold on, Honorable Eugene So. I do have Honorable Paul Begay in the queue before you. Honorable Paul Begay and then Honorable Eugene So. Sorry, Honorable Eugene So. Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay, floor yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Appreciate the presentation, Madam Acting Controller. I really like the way the display is appearing on the screen here in the chambers, and it's really nice to follow along. Thank you, and I appreciate you taking the role of the controller at this time. I'm sure you will do a good job. I just wanted to push my button because I believe that my Honorable Chair Daniel So might need more time, so I will yield the rest of my time to Honorable Delegate Daniel So. Thank you.
That Honorable Paul Begay, Delegate 4 minutes, 14 seconds. Honorable Eugene, no, Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Sir Che. Honorable Paul Begay, I appreciate and I will accept the time. Madam Acting Controller, I guess what Exhibit A, my question on expense amount. Does that mean these items that are to the one that's at all the subcategories with the various council legislation that were signed into law, the expense amount, that's, I'm asking, is that basically encumbered? I understand the expense aspect, but are they encumbered to have the projects built, or to have in the one aspect special duty pay? Special duty pay remains a outstanding issue with the council, and we have employees that are wondering when they're going to get theirs, and it just seems like. And then in some of the other aspects, some of the divisions are using their federal contract funded items to use special duty pay / hazard pay. And it's one item that's very outstanding. And if we could get more information specific to that, I would really appreciate it. And I think the rest, a balance of the council also has constituents asking them, all the way down to the senior center folks that are out there daily delivering food, cooking, and exposing themselves. And even some of the chapter staff that chose to stay open, their AMS, their CSCs, whether they be the certified or non-certified. Those are the folks that we're concerned about. To get that extra boost to for what they exposed themselves. That is the other is just the fact that we thank you for clarifying the new deadline for the remaining hardship assistance monies. We've been getting questions, so the new deadline is September 30th. Thank you. The other is going forward, members of the Navajo Nation Council, I know when we do the budget, there's always an amendment to allow for carryovers. And for 3 years, carryovers have been allowed. And it's time we put, as controller says, they lapse. For 3 years in a row, the divisions have shown that they can't spend what they've been budgeted. And so we have to, I guess, make it, and what that shows me is we're over budgeting them. And so that's where we have to really look at what we're doing and see what we can, what will be allowable in FY 2020. Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to have the floor again and to see other Honorable Chair Charles Newton and Chair Honorable Paul Begay for allowing me the extra time to put my comments and questions onto the teleconference Zoom floor. Now, Cecilia, back to you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That, let me go on down. Honorable Eugene So, now I can turn it over the floor to you. Floor is yours, Honorable Eugene So.
Chair. One little question about a real big issue in my area. A few years back in the 2020 March through July, we have asked a Chinle Unified School District if we could use one of their facility. So now we haven't paid them. That's $341,325. They keep asking me. I don't have any pocket that big enough to have that much money in my pocket. So I was wondering if anything ever came up as you came on board regards to this issue and the money that we had to pay the Unified School District Chimney. The service that was rendered there. I would really like a quick question out of it, and I would like it in writing too, if it's paid or if it's on the way, or what are we waiting for, or anything. I always say in order to have money from the federal government to buy yourself a jacket when it's cold in the winter, they want you to wear it during the summertime, July and August. Otherwise, if you wear it in the winter time, they'll take it away from you. You have to pay it back. Seems like most of the federal government money are like that. A lot of stipulation in regards to that. I want to all share, and also thanking you you came on board at the right time, and we're in need. So and giving us time to give our younger generation also a job there at the chapter for the job fair, giving them to help the people, and that's really a good idea to keep the money on within the Navajo Nation. I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and go back to the presenter, Madam Controller. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Navajo Nation Council, thank you, Delegate Paul Begay, for your comment, and Chairman So. The expense amount question under Exhibit A of the CARES project listing, yeah, that means the budgeted amount has been expended, wherein they provided all the expenditure report, the receipts, to provide evidence that they use up their budgeted amount. So the money has been expended, it's not encumbered, it was already paid out to all these projects that were approved by the Navajo Nation Council. On the special duty pay, on Exhibit A, $2,176,749 has been paid out of the CARES Fund for special duty pay. And of course, we understand not all of the budgeted amount for special duty pay was expended. Initially, there was a budget of 18 million for special duty pay under the CARES Fund, but the rest of the money that was not expended was put under the hardship assistance project. And there is still ongoing expenditures on the special duty pay that we are processing. We issued a memo requesting all the programs to resubmit their special duty, hazard duty pay request, and we're revisiting that. We're reviewing the documentation, and we're processing the payments to Navajo Nation employees that worked during the pandemic. And we are already halfway through. We received a lot of requests from programs, divisions, departments that resubmitted their special duty and hazard duty pay. And for the Hardship 2 assistance program, it will end September 30th, and the distribution of the hardship will be prorate as stated in the resolution that was passed by the council and approved by the president based on the number of applicants that we receive and the available money for hardship 2, then we will prorate it. We will divide. And of course, we anticipate over 90,000 Navajos that did not get assistance from hardship 1 to apply. And there's only approximately 42 million available to date for hardship 2. So we expect that the assistance will be much less than the hardship 1. It's in the range of around $400 to $450 per applicant. And thank you for supporting me on the carryover. Again, as I stated, general fund should lapse at the end of the fiscal year. Question from Delegate Eugene So regarding the Chinle Unified School District that was requested back in 2020. We will research that request. We do not have the information right offhand, but we will get back to you on that. And again, thank you for supporting the job fair. We receive a lot of applicants. It's too bad that we can only accommodate to hire 10 temporary workers per agency, but I trust the applicants will understand that we have limited budget to hire temporary workers. But thank you all for those listening that applied. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Controller. With that, colleagues, I do have one more new colleague in the queue. Honorable Yellow Hair, let me go to you. Honorable Yellow Hair, floor is yours.
Hello, Yat. Good afternoon, everybody. Speaker and 24th Navajo Nation Council, and also our legislative advisory. Good afternoon. My question is that there is a question I need to ask is on those hazard pay and special duty pay. This is going to acting controller and include all essential programs that I'm asking for come to those employees that come to work in each day, risking their life for a possible exposure while others are allowed to shelter in place or allowed to work from home. This is for all those people that will work besides others that went home and it should have been probably allowed to work from home, but we are now required to wear face masks and work and wishes that were kept and delivered all like COVID-19. I just wondered that these two, a lot of division director or officer controller, and they've been paid. I wondered they all received their payment on the hazard pay and also essential pay. So it's my questions to controller. Okay, I'll go back on mute now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yellow Hair. With that, let me go. Any other comments, questions at this time, colleagues, for Madam Controller? What would you go to the next one first and then come back?
This is Delegate Brown with a question.
Honorable Yellow Hair, you have how many? Yeah, I have that. Well, Honorable Yellow Hair has some. Honorable Brown, floor is yours, and then I'll go back to Madam Controller.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Although 24th Navajo Nation Council. My question is to Madam Acting Controller, Interim Controller. As far as the drought situation with the Navajo Nation, is it possible for tap into the ARPA fund later on if chapters are using funds to mitigate drought at the chapter level? Can they tap into the ARPA funds? Can the nation be reimbursed for those? The other thing would be, can ARPA funds be used for housing? I know NHA has their housing funds, however, they're very restricted and they have their guidelines, as well as they have their they no longer do the subrecipient agreement for NAHASDA funds, so they are pretty much tied up, and chapters are not able, including other organizations who are in dire need of homes. So I'm an OMB and controller. If you can please take note of specifically on housing and how that could be, how chapters and our Navajo people can get funding for housing. And the other part is the water. As far as Navajo Nation water pipelines from San Juan River to like Cayenne to Chilchimbito area, how does that look? Can we use these funds for that to bring these big pipelines to bring water? I know water was #1 priority for the Navajo Nation Council. And is that possible? How can that? And can we use these funds working with the Navajo Nation Water Commission, Navajo Nation Water Resource, whoever needs to work with on water, including outside federal organizations such as the Army Corps of Engineers, Soil and Water Conservation, putting all our mind together, including the state of Arizona. Also, how much impact do you know of? I know since the closure of the Navajo Nation, is there projections, or if you can look in hindsight, how much money did Navajo Nation lose? I'm not sure if we are feeling the effects of the closures from businesses. Some of these land payments that did come in, are those affected? How much of the shortfall are we going to be facing due to the pandemic? And can these funds be used to help our Navajo-owned companies? Yesterday, recently I met with the owner of Blue Coffee Pot and other Navajo-owned companies, and they keep telling me that they did not get any assistance. And there's other Navajo-owned companies who did not apply in time. And is it through legislation that we would have to implement some of these plans for our chapters? Let me reserve my time. Thank you.
That, Honorable Brown, reserve time at 1 minute, 25 seconds. Let me go back to Madam Controller for a response.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Navajo Nation Council, thank you for the questions from Delegate Yellow Hair about the hazard pay, special duty pay for essential programs. We are reviewing all the requests that were submitted by the different programs to our office for the hazard duty, special duty pay. I just want to emphasize hazard duty pay is only for frontline workers that work outside their homes. And we clarified that with DOJ as well. So only those employees that work outside their homes will be entitled to hazard duty pay, no telecommuting. And the question, Delegate Brown, as far as the drought, if it's covered under ARPA, we have to research that because ARPA allows for public health, and we need to verify if it affects public health. For housing, there is a provision under the ARPA guidelines, the assistance for rent mortgage is allowed under ARPA, and we need to cover what type of housing assistance needed to be eligible for ARPA expenditures. And for water, definitely investment in water, sewer, it's allowed under ARPA. Regarding the question on the closure of private businesses due to pandemic, we did research on lost revenue, but that's only with the enterprises, the Navajo Nation central government. So we will be working with the DEB on how to assist the private businesses on their lost revenue during the pandemic. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Controller. That, let me go back to the queue. I don't have anybody else in at this time. But I do have colleagues with reserved time. So let me go back. Honorable Keon Begay, 59 seconds. Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay going 3 times. Moving on. Honorable Brown, 1 minute, 25 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the response. To housing, I was referencing building new housing, as we're aware that the pandemic took a lot of our people. They passed from COVID because of the multi-generational homes each family has in a very small house. I don't know a lot of big houses on the Navajo Nation, but most of them are 2-bedroom and multiple generations live in there. So the plan is to build more houses for other families in the one household living with grandparents or parents. The other thing would be, what would be the process? We did lose some frontline workers, Navajo Nation. I'm specifically looking at the K into IHS, and these are the ones that I'm aware of, so I can't speak for the rest of the nation. IHS, K into IHS nurse died to the exposure to COVID, and she lost her life. Is there a way to compensate the family, to her family? And the other one was the ASC employee through Navajo Nation Department of Community Development. She was working and exposed, and she lost her life. So how do we address that? Can we compensate the family? I don't know if it would be $10,000 or $1 million. Of course, the cost of life is, there's no price tag on that. So thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments, questions for Madam Controller?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Navajo Nation Council, Delegate Brown on clarifying the question. Oh.
Go ahead, Madam Controller.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying the question, Delegate Brown. Building new housing. Yeah, we will check on that if that falls under the public health issue under ARPA for frontline workers that passed on during the pandemic. Under ARPA guidelines, they only cover expenditures after March 3rd, 2021. So we will have to check if there's other programs under the Navajo Nation that provide assistance for frontline workers that died because of exposure to COVID. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Begay. With that, Ms. Begay, I don't think we have any more individuals in the queue or with reserved time.
Delegate James. Speaker Shinale, Delegate James, I do have questions.
Oh, Honorable James, go ahead. Floor is yours.
I can have Speaker and then members of the council and then audience. Elizabeth, in regards to your report, in regards to your first bullet, well, actually, it's not the first bullet, it's the third bullet regarding the temporary hires, and you've indicated that Office of the Controller hired 60 temporary workers to help. So what position titles are they hired for? And that's my first question. My second question is the next bullet. What project listing, do you have a listing of Exhibit A of what projects were completed and that were done regarding this bullet here. The next one is in regards to 6 bullet resolution CJA-12-16. You do have, as of June 30th, 2021, 101 billion has been expended, and 515,000 has been encumbered. What is the listing and where is the location of these water and wastewater projects, and is there a deadline when they need to spend these funds? Again, same for CO-57-16, the USDA pasture and rangeland. I do have grazing officials in my chapters that are asking what is the status of those payments that are supposed to be made to our constituents at the chapter level regarding this payment. My next one is regarding on the next page, CAP-35-18, which is the power line and chapter project. An amount of 30 million has been expended. Did you get a receiving report of how those funds were spent and where they were spent? Another one has been encumbered and the remaining balance of 63 million. What projects are those ones, and is there a deadline to expend these funds as well? What is the deadline date? And then the very last sentence, you have that 14 million there that needs to be set up in the FMIS. When will this happen? Because we do have chapter power line projects that are out there that needs to be taken care of right away, and I guess we're still waiting for this funds to be set up in the FMIS. Reserve my time. Thank you.
And with that, Honorable James, reserve your time at 2 minutes. Colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? If there are none, let me go back to you, Madam Controller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, Delegate James. Thank you for the question regarding the 60 temporary employees that OOC hired. They're mostly office specialists, office assistants, and some interns. And the plan is to assign them at the different agencies, 10 each, and then another 10 will be here with OOC to help us in implementing hardship 2. And the question about listing of projects on Exhibit A, we will have to identify all the projects per each project code, because the CARES Fund will be closed out by the end of December, and we have to have all that information, and we will give that to you once we completed the individual listing of these projects, whether they're completed or and basically the percentage of completion. For the question on the Sehasen, I'll defer this to Rob Willie. Rob?
Good morning, Delegate James. Question, first one, CJA 12-16. There are a number of projects. Some look like they belong to water management. There's a couple that belong to NQA. One is actually a loan receivable that they still need to get $12 million for. There's an amount of $29,829,952 of SDS projects that still remain to be set up within the FMIS, and I believe that would be, I'm assuming Water Management Branch would be responsible for getting those budgets over to Office of Management and Budget. I don't believe there was a time limit on the dollars. I know the NTA did have certain deadlines and times that they put on theirs. As far as water management branch, I don't believe there was a deadline for that. The question about agriculture and the $4 million to the chapter, the budgets have been set up. The business unit range is 115,100 to 115,209, and that was for $4 million. And I believe that community development and agriculture were working out differences on how that's supposed to be expended. So I'm not sure. We'd have to get an update from either one of those entities. Also, the question about community development projects as far as the heavy equipment, this is the chapter project, I'm sorry. So there are a number of projects that have been set up, year 1, year 2, and I believe some of year 3 is also sprinkled in there. There's an amount of $14,900,180.91 that still is pending, and I'm assuming those are year 3 projects. I know that there was legislation going through to extend the deadlines for these. I had to pull the resolution for Delegate James on that one to see when the time limit was to expire on that. As far as the 14 million, I believe this is the Church Rock Industrial Park that he's asking about, C031-19. That budget actually has been set up within the system. I believe there was an expenditure of $990,380. And there's still $12,908,819.55. And I believe that economic development was working with the Church Rock group on these. I'm not sure where that's at. We'd have to get an update from economic development on that. And I believe those are all the questions from Delegate James. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions from Madam Controller at this time?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So, question of privilege.
Chairman Daniel So, question of privilege.
Thank you, Madam Acting Controller. Can you give us a spreadsheet on the special duty and hazard pay, both the CARES Act funds and what the divisions within the executive branch have funded in hazard pay, special duty pay? Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments, questions to Madam Controller at this time?
Speaker David, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Yes, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the report from Acting Controller Brigade. Can you provide an insight on where we're at with the ARPA report that's due this month? I just need to try to find it in the report. I don't see it in the written report where we're at or when that's going to be submitted. If I could just get some guidance on that. And as most delegates are receiving quite a handful of inquiries from constituents regarding the hardship application. It looks like August 1st is the target date. Is that still the date where they will be able to process their application? And it's not clear if they should call the number that was provided. So if I could just give a little bit more insight, I appreciate that, Speaker, just to help in terms of alleviate any frustration from constituents who are calling my office. Thank you. I'll reserve my time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That reserve time at 3 minutes, 53 seconds. There's nobody else. Let me go back to reserve time, then I'll go back to Madam Controller. Honorable James, 2 minutes.
The speaker again. In regards to the 14 million that's not set up in the FMIS, Mr. Willing, that is under CAP 35-18 Power Line and Chapter Project Expenditure Plan. So if I can still get an answer of why that has not been set up, I'll appreciate that. Next one is these listings that you have for all of the projects on here. Have they been issued a business unit number, and which one of these projects that are all listed under the citizen funds, all the projects that are pertaining to Crown Point Student Housing, Powerline Chapter, Crown Point Youth Center, Church Rock Industrial Park, Tonalea Chapter, Ganado Senior Center and Veteran Center Chapter Heavy Equipment, water projects, have they been established business unit numbers? Are they still awaiting for OMB to establish those unit numbers for these projects to move forward? And I believe some of these projects are under Division of Community Development, and they're waiting for some of these business unit numbers to be established, or waiting for OMB or waiting for OOC to get moving on these projects to get these things situated at the chapter level. So if I can have an answer to that, that'd be helpful as well. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 31 seconds. That, I'm gonna go turn back to Madam Controller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council. Question from Delegate So about the spreadsheet for hazard duty, special duty pay under executive branch. We do have all the data from the FMIS, and I just want to be specific what kind of information you need. Is it by programs, by employees? But I can work with you on that, Delegate. So for Delegate Crotty's question about the ARPA report, there is a report that will be due to the U.S. Treasury, and it's due the end of August. But as of today, there is no activity on the ARPA except for the interest on investing that money into the money market account with Wells Fargo, for the hardship assistance 2 application period, as well as how the process. We will do a press release once all the temporary workers are situated at each agency. So we will name the chapters that they will be working within that agency, and we'll do a press release. Currently, some are doing orientation, training, and we expect them to be fully working beginning August 2nd. And Delegate James' question about the 14 million and the rest about the CHAFN, again, I defer that to Rob Willie. Rob?
Thank you, Controller. As far as the chapter line project, the 14 million that Delegate James, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question before, but the 14 million, I believe, is the year 3. I'm not sure if those have actually been sent over from DCD, the Office of Management and Budget, and are waiting. I'd have to get clarification from DCD if those have been sent over. As far as Crown Point Youth Center, the budget has been set up, and I know that there have been meetings as far as payment to the vendor on that one, so that one's ongoing. Church Rock Industrial was set up. The Tonalea chapter has been set up, and it is in the system. I believe that there has been expenditures on that one, so that one is ongoing. The Ganado Citizens Veteran Center, yes, that one has actually been set up also. And heavy equipment is ongoing, and the only one that hasn't been set up right now is the NDOT. The Crown Point Youth Center for the 14 million is the other one I believe was pending a drawdown schedule, and I'm not sure who's working on that from NTU and on this, and which department is responsible for that one. I'll be releasing a report here on the Sihasin, so you'll be able to see the detail on that one, and I'll make sure that Delegate James and the rest of council also gets a copy of this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you very much.
Please, thank
That. Let me go back to the floor. Do you have Vice Chair Smith? Floor is yours, Vice Chair.
Good afternoon, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council of the 24th, and also Controller and Mr. Rob Willie, those that are listening in. My question is, the CARES for the hardship. There's a 1-800 number, and I just recently got a text and a call, and they said they call that number and it's not working, or they're not getting anywhere with that number. They want to get information. Is there a solution to that, or is there a problem with that 1-800 number? The other question is Baker Tilly still on board with us? Are we utilizing their services? Are we going to be able to, or is the CARES money going to be provided for the hardship, and are they going to be the ones that are going to be helping assist in the second phase, or is that totally within the OOC's office to do that? The third question is, are we prepared for ARPA? Are we capable of running it and ensuring that we provide services out there? And the fourth one is, what do we need to do to get prepared for this? Do we need to reanalyze the current system? Do we need to upgrade the current system? Do we need to revamp so that we can be more efficient? Those are the questions I have, Speaker. I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes. Pat, anybody else in the queue? Somebody go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 3 minutes, 53 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker David, colleagues, acting controller. Ms. McGay, can you give us some insight on, in terms of your acting status? Is there any conversation either to transition your position to the permanent controller, or in terms of council and how we want to move forward? I just need to know when we're planning out either ARPA or other reforms. I'm not exactly sure. If you could give me some insight on how long your tenure will be with Navajo Nation, I think that'll be helpful as because there's other areas that we wanted to look at when it comes to policies and procedures. So if you could give us that insight, I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Speaker. And maybe the question is for Speaker 2, if there's been conversations on the effort to secure or to move in the direction of having a permanent controller as we build up this ARPA program. Thank you, and I'll reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes, 44 seconds. We continue on down. Honorable Vince James, 31 seconds on reserve time.
Yeah, done, Speaker, and then Controller. Is there a listing of Chapter citizens funds that are have been unspent and been sitting there for a while now that can be a cost share matching fund with the ARPA funds. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Every time at 16 seconds. Let me go back to Madam Controller for response. Madam Controller, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council. Vice Chair Smith's question about the CARES hardship, the 800 number, not getting anywhere, the callers, we are situating our temporary workers to assist us in responding to all the calls from the 800 number. And we are continuing to work on that. And any issues with that, we will address that immediately. And for Baker Tilly, as far as OOC is concerned, they are no longer working with our office. The hardship 2 will be totally managed by OOC internally. That's why we hire all these temporary workers to help us in giving out applications and assisting us in verifying all the documentation to support their applications. With regards to the ARPA, if we're ready to manage ARPA, of course, with the help of all the offices within the executive branch and the administrative cost that is allowed by ARPA to fund, I believe the executive branch is ready to manage ARPA. We need new personnel as well as consultants, and all of that will be covered under the ARPA administrative cost. And Delegate Crotty's question about my permanent position here with the Office of the Controller, I'm just here to help. I'm not interested in a permanent position, and we are still looking for a permanent controller. Hopefully we can find someone to take over, but I want to thank you all for your support. And for Delegate James' question about the Sihasan, again, I defer the floor to Rob. Rob?
Thank you. Delegate James, I can provide you the copy. It's going to be Exhibit B of the Sihasan. It does have all the chapters that you're inquiring about. As far as setup dates, I don't have specific setup dates. I guess the resolution number would be the dates that they're set up. Some of them have balances, some of them don't. And I'd be happy to go over this report with you when I do send it to you. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go back to the floor. Colleagues. Again, I don't have anybody in the queue, but I do have colleagues with reserve time. So let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, you have 3 minutes.
Well, thanks again, Speaker, for allowing me to speak on behalf of the Controller's Report. The last question I asked was, there's a performance audit requested, and that was to evaluate the current situation, or not situation, but the current system. And I know that the system is, I guess you could say, outdated. What are the plans for that? And I know that you're only there for a time being, and during this time being, since you were an auditor, what could we do to improve the system, such as the equipment, in order to get our payments on time? I know that that was always an issue. Late payments purchase orders. Every time you mention a purchase order, people cringe. Timely submission, getting things coordinated in that fashion. I guess that's why, that's one reason why most vendors kind of shy away from the Navajo Nation when it comes to purchase orders. And that may be a factor with the heavy equipment things too that are being purchased. But in your perspective, during your tenure, how could we ensure that we improve upon that? And once we improve upon it, then we are getting our payments out, paying our bills on time, and making sure that we have a good credit rating. That's one question that I have. How do we get that done, and what can we do to facilitate? Because I do sit on BNF, and I don't want to sound like I'm micromanaging when I ask these questions, but just want to ensure that we can help the nation expedite these things on behalf of the fiduciary responsibility. So thank you, Speaker. I'll reserve the rest of my time.
That reserve time of 43 seconds. Let me move on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crowdy, 2 minutes and 44 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the insight from Acting Controller Begay. I would then just defer for Chairman Henio and our Budget and Finance Committee if we could get some dialogue on what's the plan for permanent controller. My next question was, I reviewed legislation 010-21. In that request, 10% is asked for ARPA administrative costs. Of that 10%, 90% will go to executives. So that's going to be about $186 million. What do you anticipate the Office of the Controller will need to implement the ARPA project? What I'm looking for is a breakdown on how that $186 will be spread across the programs will be implementing ARPA, and I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. Honorable James, 16 seconds.
I can add on, Speaker. In regards to the hiring of the temporaries, hopefully their PAS will be processed and they'll be able to receive their first paycheck on their time schedule there. If you can keep that a priority for our temporaries, that'd be helpful. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Let me go back to Madam Controller for response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Navajo Nation Council, Vice Chair Smith, question about the performance audit of the Office of the Controller. I very much welcome that. As the previous Auditor General, we really need help in assessing our operation here at the Office of the Controller. And of course, we have areas that we need a lot of improvements, and the concerns about the untimely payments of vendors and the POs, some vendors shying away from the Navajo Nation POs. That's not a good indication. And of course, we like to preserve our good credit standing with the outside financial institutions. So bottom line, we welcome the performance audit of Office of the Controller. In the meantime, waiting for that performance audit, we are constantly improving our services. We try our best to accommodate all the requests, and I rely on my accounting managers to report to me all the issues that they encounter, the problems, so we can resolve it right away. And overall, we're trying to meet our mission, our vision as the Office of Controller for the Navajo Nation. It's just that right now we have so much vacant positions that we're short-staffed, but it will all come out on the performance audit, hopefully. And of course, our FMIS system needs upgrade, and that's part of the ARPA money request that I'll be submitting, and that also pertains to Delegate Crotty's question about the legislation that will be presented before you, the administrative costs that will be funded under ARPA. I already submitted my needs. We need new personnel or consultants for project expenditure oversight. And of course, we need to comply with the uniform guidance, and that's pertaining to the procurement. And also, we need help on the reporting requirements under ARPA. There's also the need for single audits for ARPA. That's a mandated requirement. And if there's small business grants under ARPA, we need to establish another portal, another database. And if there's another hardship assistance under ARPA, we need to also prepare for that. So those are the needs that I will be submitting with that to cover under that administrative cost. And Delegate James' concern about the PAFs for temporary workers, the Department of Personnel Management, they were very helpful during the job fair. They did the assessment quickly in response to all these applicants. And of course, we have OOC staff assigned to do the interviews. And once they selected the applicants, the PAF was processed on site. So there should be no problem in paying the temporary workers timely. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let me go back to the board. I don't know anybody else with reserve time. I mean, in the queue, but I do have reserve time. So let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 43 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you, Ms. Begay, on the response. I just want to say something that I observed when I was over there. You said that St. Michael's was having a job fair, and I understand that they were over there. When they were doing a job fair, there was personnel. I don't know if it was your personnel, but I think it was maybe the personnel office. They were very snippy and curt about certain questions that applicants were asking, and they were not very professional. I just wanted to put that on as what was experienced over there. I'm hoping that the other job fairs, if there is going to be other job fairs, they don't act that way, being snippy and very curt to people that are looking for employment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for that remarks, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. I don't have anybody else with reserve time.
Question
Any
of
other comments,
privilege,
questions?
Speaker. Question of privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Yes, Honorable Yellow Hair. Question, would you question the privilege?
My question of privilege is, this is pertains to hardship on the CARE Act. Has Baker Tilly returned all the database and also documents returned to the controller? That's my questions to acting controller. Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Controller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Navajo Nation Council, I noted Vice Chair Smith's concern about the job fair. That will be noted. For Delegate Yellow Hair question on Baker Tilly, they did not return all the issues or database that we requested, but we left it up to our attorneys at DOJ to handle that. And hopefully they can resolve the issue for us. It will really help us to implement the hardship to assistance program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. There's no other comments, questions, colleagues. You accept the report, going twice.
Speaker, I thought I had a reserve time, Callan.
On the Keelan Begay, I called on you twice. There was no response.
Okay, never mind then.
Colleagues. Let's go to board. Accepting controller's report.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keelan Begay Jr.
Delegate Callan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Keelan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knisba Crotty. Honorable Amber Knisba Crotty. Honorable Amber Knisba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
What is now? Go ahead.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown does not vote. Honorable Amber Knutsbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsbach-Crotty via text votes green. Honorable Pernell Haluna. Honorable Pernell Haluna. Honorable Pernell Haluna did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Winika, green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie does not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed. And Speaker not voting.
Delegate Brown
Mr.
votes
Speaker?
green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed. And Speaker not voting. Mr. Speaker?
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries to accept the report. Thank you very much, Madam Controller, for being here with us, you and your team members there at the Controller's office. That, continue on down. We're on down to old business, item number A, legislation 0313-20. You believe that's sponsored by Honorable Yellowhair. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could go ahead and give us a rundown, and then I'll go back to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0313-20, an action relating to resource development, budget and finance, Navajo committees and Navajo Nation Council allocating $19,500,000 in citizen funds to the Navajo Division of Transportation for the N8031/N4 road project, approving and adopting the N8031/N4 road project expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC section 2501 to 2508, sponsored by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. There are committee reports. There was a committee report from the Research and Development Committee that recommended that it be referred to the Budget and Finance Committee with no amendments. There was a directive to direct NDOT to prepare an overall strategic transportation plan. Such transportation plan made available to the Navajo Nation Council when they deliberate on this legislation and other legislation sponsored by Delegate Yellowhair. There is a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that had under consideration reports the same that the legislation do pass with one amendment. Also attached to the committee report is in Exhibit E. There is a committee report from the Nabakiatik Committee that dated January 14th, 2021. The legislation was passed and referred to Navajo Nation Council. There is a committee report from or council action report dated January 27, 2021. Legislation was tabled. You have a council action report dated April 19, 2021. Legislation was referred back to the Budget and Finance Committee. This referral back to the Budget and Finance Committee was for a work session and to be brought back to Navigiete Committee, then bring back to Navajo Nation Council no later than the Navajo Nation Council summer session. That was motioned by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, second by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, with a vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed. On May 25th, 2021, legislations numbers 0313-20 and 0315-20 were addressed by the Budget and Finance Committee with recommendations made to both legislations. This work session included presentations from the Pinon chapter officials, Hard Rock chapter officials, and Navajo Department of Transportation. The recommendations are as follows. Add an amendment to both legislations, Section 7, Citizen Fund reimbursement. The Citizen Fund shall be reimbursed in the amount of the expenditure authorized in this legislation from the prospective funds available to the Navajo Nation from any and all appropriate fund and federal sources, including congressional appropriation under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 or other COVID-19 related relief. 2, NDOT to develop a long-range plan addressing budget shortfalls for road projects that are equitably distributed among the 24 council districts. 3, an agreement to be negotiated with the Hopi tribe related to the 2.8-mile stretch across the HPL for O&M. Is the Hopi tribe willing to match funds to construct the road? 4, leverage the funding by requesting federal funds to match funds requested. 5, the committee needs to meet with the Resource Development Committee to review the project shortfalls and future funding, which may include ARPA funds. 6, NDOT is requesting to provide an unmet needs request for ARPA funding considerations. You do have a committee report from the Navigiete Committee dated July 15, 2021, where the legislation was passed and moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Key-Allen.
Second, Daniel So.
Second, Eugene So.
Thank you, colleagues. With that information from Office of Legislative Services and Mr. Rico. Colleagues, motion to reconsider. We get a motion.
Key-Allen.
Honorable Keelan Begay, is there a second?
Eugene So.
Chair Charles Lewin. Colleagues, any comments, questions? Board. Vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keelan Begay Jr.
Delegate Key-Allen Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Keelan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knussbaum Clardy. Honorable Amber Knussbaum Clardy.
Delegate Amber Knussbaum Clardy votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knussbaum Clardy votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Freeland votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater does not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote
Daniel
green.
So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Underneath that is.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Winika
Jimmy
green.
Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie. Honorable Evan Yazzie. Honorable Evan Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed. And Speaker not voting, Mr. Speaker.
21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries to reconsider. That, colleagues, we are now on legislation 0313-20. There's a motion by Honorable Vice Chair Smith, second by Honorable Winika. Colleagues, this legislation did go through an updated committee and a BNF committee work session. We're ready to vote on legislation 0313-20. What?
Sorry, which legislation did you say?
0313-20, sponsored by Jimmy Yellowhair. Went twice.
Motion, Yellowhair.
Okay, with that, question. Go.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
5 minutes. Colleagues, when I go to the floor, everyone has 5 minutes on here. I'm going to Honorable Yellowhair for 5 minutes for a recap because he did already present to the council. Madam Chair Amricati?
Thank you, Speaker. Can you just I just need to know what legislation we're on. So there was a vote on the main motion, and now we're on the next legislation. Thank you, Speaker.
No. That was a motion to reconsider, Madam Chair, to bring it back.
Okay.
So now we are on the main motion for legislation 0313-20. It's an action related to Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, NAPCA Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $19,500,000 in CSN funds to NDOT for N8031/N4 road project, approving and adopting the N8031/N4 road project expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC subsection 2501 to 2508. Is there questions? Twice. Question. Pat, are we all here? Are we all here? You have 5 minutes for recap. Are we all here?
Okay, yeah, I was unmuted. Thank you very much, Speaker Cecilia, on the 24th Councilman here. This legislation is very important for the people up there in the Hard Rock area and also Pinion. And this road has been used a lot, about 100%. It's a dirt road now. It's a terrible road. It's not safe for the people. It's not safe for the school and also the people that travel to the hospitals, Pinion area. So therefore, I need your approval for this community up there, and your approval will make the history that used the 24 councilmen. The lots of things. The journey at all, the journey at all, next and up. Although connect on there and the 24 councilmen, maybe kita in anigi. It's journey go a pension and dollars. They never call checking. Hot intention is dollars and southern here, but the last of shown to the generator national on a credit and part of many Nepal in eight hidden natural by in the art kitchen art team. How they team a the happened that in Shitty and Hunt has cut. No, a what she had around the when it's muddy, it rains, this road is not safe for a ambulance, a first responder, and even policemen can't go there in the bad weather. So everything not online. We thought on the legislation and the fight in the although we made history. Since the 1972 relocated and heard, so I didn't say that I think holders. It will really help with economics. The travel to Pinion, Bashes.able is then order. Diego is cut over 18. Points to go into by NCBK. Thank you, 24 councilmen. God bless each one of you. Your help is today, it's needed. Darn, God bless you all. Shnat on share. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Back college, we do have a motion and a second. I have Honorable Vince James and then Honorable Otto. So, Honorable James.
Okay, I had another speaker in regards to this legislation. The legislation, I really want to know information of how it got to this point and working with NDOT and the amounts that have been allocated by NDOT for projects. And I need to ni glido ni inda hois gon shikna has partner nel shikna has go ako to yo hotishni and ako but Ganado Fire District hot obits ado hala apohos ado bayat hit dos nas bayat dasos tio jo okot ela ni vin ko hot ad kodob stana sistranigi hot yan se kesla Johnson hot ashin hahol Jesus li ko ako ako di kwa ki ya halit ni ela ado le kodo baka hajo ba ini zin baka hajo ba dini kat la ni se leni gi be ni ela halit ya do hajo ka ili la ako zin do ako hani ya jo beso ya kodo ni look until do coin says as ando Canada Fire Department has ando huta science cadent John days as na kolia selin ko ado ita ade hoto ni do be ke no kai so the nebekaya baka ha hot logi ha jo baka ne lo innocent inil no na hayat jokot is ha di na ko ako hot ala kodo ban sanana skis ako ala ani na hot o ala ani atin huinzin nte koje enda jito beso sa na te do he host al the Northern Agency, Eastern Agency, Fort Defiance Agency, Chinle Agency, Western Agency do he go beso na ni hichen kodaliada aspect the snitch had egila ado lebe need halit in han sa case la Shikodo Fort Defiance Agency has ando ajo sato by yashki ako Division Director Garrett Silversmith la kodon hija had do ye hija la shot ayat eto lehne how much funds is actually going to Chinle Agency, how much funds is actually going to each of the agencies. Is there an equal distribution, just like how I was informed with the Ganado Fire District legislation that I sponsored? It should be an equal distribution to serve all the different agencies throughout the whole Navajo Nation. So with that, I will stand with that, and until I get the information, until I get an answer, maybe I'll consider voting green for this legislation. Quick echo, reserve my time. Thank you.
$118, $119. That, thank you, Honorable James. Every time at 1 minute, 18 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Otto So.
Yeah, actually, thank you very much. Kodo Shinanta Kodo Ani Date be Minya Hikito Shiani Ani Pachi. So I did not none Akonde Tite Tiniki Dashun Sako ya Biso Gi by Wakid the Labor need the Navajo Nation TTP plan Nigi as Yego Biso do Ego Nda where the highest number went to 73.9 million went to Chinle Agency. Fort Defiance got 44.7. Eastern got 39.9 and 37.9 million to Northern. And Western got the lowest amount of 13.7 million in the 5-year plan overall. And it really makes me think about it. And I did ask RDC at one point if they could reconsider to formulate an equitable distribution to all the agency. And I remember about ajo yan yada kit and hota. The he hit out team ben he turned out he did so. I think if we're gonna do a road funding request, I think we need to look at another alternative request such as maybe a transportation stimulus again. so that we can allocate and request for a bigger amount of money to use so that all roads on the nation could be addressed. Some of these roads on these legislation has some PPP dollars that is appropriated. Upon the equitable distribution of our transportation is something that should be honored by this council. The nation by what cut no with that yarn here a team and the mileage on the roads, everybody's distances of the mileage contributes to the federal transportation dollars. I need to sort never and die so that I feel the next transportation plan coming down the pipeline is just gonna be geared to certain regions again. I just cannot don't with this legislation I have concerns on this and reserve my time.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Otto. So, any other comments, questions at this time? Honorable Slater, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you, Delegate Yellow Hair, for presenting this legislation to the council. With respect to legislation 313-20, I just want to say that this is a project that's already funded by the Division of Transportation. And if it is funded out of council, we will be deviating from the laws and the policies that our committees and the council has passed. We have strategies identified on how to improve roads based off of certain annual average daily traffic or average daily traffic because we have limited resources. We'd be setting the precedent that any road with about 100 vehicles per day or 150 vehicles per day would qualify for pavement, whereas the strategies that we've identified, I think, say that it's over 1,000 vehicles per day based off of the funding that we have and other considerations. So with that said, because this project is already funded and we're seeking to, I think, maybe double the funding, I can't support it at this time. The project that is funded under NDOT is very important and I support it moving forward. I think that stabilizing the road, graveling it, getting positive drainage, improving that will go a long way toward addressing these equity issues about the constituents and our citizens and 6 Eugene being able to get to important places in Pinyon, whether it's hospitals or just the bashes and Safeway over there. So let's move forward with the project that's funded. Otherwise, every delegate is going to be coming forward asking for 20, 30, 40, $50 million. And we're just going to bankrupt our nation and then not be able to hand off anything to our children and our grandchildren. So thank you, Delegate Yellow Hair. I support the project. It's funded by NDOT, but as this is right now, I just cannot support it because it deviates from our strategies. It deviates from the laws that we've passed. And we need to be a nation of strategy, coherent thought, and real precedents for our generations that are yet to come. So Speaker, I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Honorable Slater, 2 minutes and 31 seconds on reserve time. With that, I'll go turn the floor back over to you, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Each one of you what this legislation come before you. It's very needed. The road needs to be done. I think this is one of the the largest of the people have been went through a relocating, and the road needs to be paved. It's needed. It's about maybe 20 miles from Hard Rock to Pinion, and the road is terrible, and you all know that. And I think there's a witness that was happened over the weekend. College RDT, I think they travel on this road. I think they witness this road needs to be paved. Definitely needed. It's not safe too. On the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, Mr. Honorable also, we talk about it to help the NPL, and this is one of the projects needed. Yes, there was money was add on from federal funds, 23,300,000. That is not even close, because if there's other road needs to be, this needs more money, underfunded by not 10,500,000, based on a complete done by NPOT. So based on their exam complete, right away everything's done. So not 10,500,000 is needed. So the both sides from Pinion, I think they're going to start at least 3 to 4 miles, and other side on the west side, Hard Rock area, they're also going to work 4 to 5 miles. And then there's in between right there, there's a lot of work needs to be done, and there will be later in that one, and that phase. So we need money, Shinatani. I see that in the facing I thought this is a match money that we're looking for. I don't need. So the condition is a lot of, you know, the yard of the stock equity, DD Tiniki, I say enough card. I think we need money. A Koti RT, she's a team. It's not not on and 6,000. A Kosaho AR down, you know, came Kata Alia. A Kosia, $8 in the past. The Lana care had 10 odd. That's about maybe close to 7,000 to 8,000 people that live there in NPL and Hard Rock area, and also between Pinion. They use this road like for hospital between Cuba City. Some goes to Pinion, some goes to Chinle. Because that is emergency. When they go to Pinion, emergency at the car. Because that is only Nana Saho, you know, the hospital. Even in Chini, I say, Nitzendo, DD, social, I understand that, Shanat Ani. The King Rescue Plan Act Fund, but let us know, because it's funny, so it all $8. We would like to have a reimbursed from a ERPA funds to turn back to citizen funds. I think this is how it spells out with when this law is passed. According to they never call a jail 24 councilmen. We'll be at the front page. The Ebenina, Aronen, or Senator Arnie. She's got art and hard not art a court deep better. And on that, it's good to use. Not speed only. Thank you. Speaker. Hey, bro. Speaker Salona, can I get in the question line, please?
Thank you. Let me move on down. I have Honorable Keon Begay, and then I'll put Honorable Helena. I think I heard you. I'll put you in the queue as well. Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker, Yate. Dikudo, Shanad, not so soon. So Ziki, based on Niki, Sendo. RDC member, you know that we went on a drought. I went on a tour last week, and we drove through one of the roads from Tuba City to Pinion. And we were making comments to say that I think I need to get my vehicle fixed. I mean, in a way to say that the road that our Navajo people uses. The national and I do understand Mr. Delegate James, but I wasn't at the session. But on behalf of the community in that region, and I'm sure you can reintroduce that legislation, Mr. James. The one area that maybe I suggest that that's going to take maybe several more years. Today, asking the if that is appropriate, Chairman, Speaker, that we add a language based on congressional funding based on the article behind that's a language that way we get this funding out and get this road constructed quickly. But based on article behind the note that Speaker could have been I reserve the rest of my time. I second that motion, Speaker. Okay.
Honorable Keon Begay, I know that language has been put in other legislations, but I don't know if Office of Legislative Services has that ready. Do they? Oh yeah, actually we do have it ready. It was sent at 12:53 p.m., colleagues. Ms. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Amendment number 1, page 5, line 13, add the following new section. Section 7, Section 7, Citizen Fund Reimbursement. The Citizen Fund shall be reimbursed in the amount of the expenditure authorized in this legislation from prospective funds available to the Navajo Nation from any and all appropriate state and federal sources, including congressional appropriations under the American Rescue Act, Plan Act of 2021, or other COVID-19 related relief and _. 2, renumber, read letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, there is a motion by Honorable Keon Begay, second by Honorable Eugene So, on Amendment 1 to Legislation 0313-20. Any comments, questions on Amendment 1?
Delegate Rick Nez requests to speak on Amendment 1.
Chairman Nez, floor is yours on Amendment 1.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Bespran San Sanant Anna Senegi, Aro Daisnotsagi, Shitna Aroshik Enasini. What I say, the Bespran San Yahanejaton, Sinanish, and based on that, so Neniki. Sate Hans Sabushi, the Nayan Hik Asado, on that shot and Hesnisa. Inte Kabahane, Zanet, or Sate Beson dates. A Kokoro amendment behind Inigate Beso, Koro, Honorable Yellow Hair Yoke do Koro Amendment Giba Inigi Nagade Washington that vessel not Tahagi ARPA bidi Ninigin Khan te go Eyaha. When that money comes in, we're gonna reimburse the CHSN funds. If we're gonna do this, Shananta, let's be prepared. There's 23 other delegates that would like 19 million. I want 19 million for my N36 highway from Northern Edge all the way to Shiprock. I want road money for N5 by Burnham. I need road improvement at Burnham chapter. And I need 19 million, maybe more than that. Maybe each of my colleagues, we need to have an amendment stating that if we're going to do this, let's do it that way. And for every fire station that's on the Navajo Nation, yes, let's give them 2 million too. Every one of them, not just one fire station. That is equity. We say that, yes, we're going to transport people to the hospital quickly. They fired at the Nenegi fire station to lot of things of them that jeto the net was the hado will go a tingo the net done deto but should it done the stars and the nego. It is throughout the Navajo Nation. It's like that. To me, it doesn't make sense to me at all unless we all have the same amount of money, 20 million each for each legislative district. Let's just do it that way. That's what I think now. Perhaps if we do that, I have a chapter at Telecom. Their building is condemned. I need a new chapter house too. Would that qualify under CHSN and ARPA? If so, I would rather have that as a priority and other road projects. Let's be fair. Election is coming, Shananta. We don't want to just go out dancing around and say, let's just be fair, Shananta. Let's just distribute 19 million among 24 delegates and let them use it. That's being fair. If that money comes from Washington, we can all put it back in there. Because right now I'm going to vote red on this legislation because to me it doesn't make sense to me. Actually, need a nebje now it obtain when in us although we can't question another person's care or compassion for their people. We all do the same. That we all have a heart for our people. I reserve my time. Thank you.
That 54 seconds is over time. I don't have anybody else on the queue on Amendment 1.
Hinio.
Say, Eugene, so.
Chairman Hinio on Amendment 1.
Speaker Vice Chair. Yeah, that's Speaker Damon Adoshnanta. Board Nomination Council. I need topics on this, and usually that's always part of the legislation, and I'm surprised that language was not part of this legislation, as it's a standard. But on the amendment, the key is just one question I have. Maybe either the controller or legislative council can answer this. Is that for the ARPA funding? Does that include roads too? Because I was just thinking it was only for water, broadband, economic development. And I'm looking at the other bill that's coming down the pipeline with Joe Biden, which is the infrastructure development
plan that they are currently negotiating. And I feel that this is where it would be a fit better under that plan, because that's the same plan that I'm looking at when it comes to the road from Alamo to I-40 is the American Infrastructure Plan to Iade Bahot and so on. So, but just that question, reserve my time.
Reserve your time. Three minutes, 33 seconds. That, continue moving on down. Honorable Eugene So, on Amendment 1.
Chiche.
Honorable Eugene So.
Chiche.
Yes.
Sure. These are obvious to see compressors not that any other thing to know that. Oh, John. And the open that is really one of the things that so but so Pahat Hala. These are people in that area were in the Bennett Freeze for over 30 years. And our government had denied and forgotten them and neglected them. Sita was Mahid Narketa Hat. Haleta 80 Basic Naha Nisheto Kaha Ebony. She pays all the other note. I asked up in the note that he up a chin of kid. I feel real bad in that area. I see now by the Hajo part of the Bagan. I see here and the hot nest that little band to have kissed that. I did something not that. And like we say, a lot of things are done backwards. We put a hospital there, a high school there, without no roads going to it. So over the house, so you're other Papan kids and hasn't. So the DRC is in need, a Navajo Nation, a port that's where been elected have been forgotten for so many years, over 30 years, by our own government. I don't want that. This needs to be done somehow. What the Nilan so Osh Barnai ne you should pay for some hand down and the shit such a day winter. The nation. But these people were kind of behind in a lot of things because about the Hajopai, like I said, about the Hajopai. Let's do something. Hey, I showed it. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Thank you. That is every time with 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Let me go back to
Speaker, put me in the queue, Vice Chair Smith. Thank you.
Speaker, can you add me to the queue as well? Thank you.
let me go back to sponsor of the amendment, and then I'll come back for 4. With that, Honorable Kelly.
Chairman, I believe there wasn't really much of a direct question, but more of a general statement that, well, as an RDC member, the Kodor Chairman Nazia Hatziki, and I believe the Navajo Nation has been, or the RDC has been asking for these particular road project across the Navajo Nation. In equity, yes, it is there. Akoko Ado, as you know, that the president's office store, the INDA saw a PR that they were meeting with the United States Transportation Secretary. And I did pose a question, or I have asked NDOT if what road projects are being presented to any construction or road construction infrastructure bill at DC level. Akoko jo e aj akot ego go internet de jo aj you know they goes through a certain process again. 2 years, 3 years, that's another ikle. Akoko jo be hatet ehigito project ready. I think that's the key thing. And I know, like right now, I'm being texted to say that it's the opinion by young to speak for your chapter. I'm sure a lot of people are looking or are listening. How do I assure the people that I do speak for the chapters? But I got to, as an RDC member representing the agency, I got to speak on behalf of the 16 chapters or within the Chile agency. With this legislation in Kodo, so the paper maybe RDC. All we need to do is continue to ask NDOT that we really need to have a thorough plan that needs to be presented before the RDC. I think at Atna is Friday special session, special meeting. Maybe at that time they give us an update information of what is being developed. This is one thing that I don't think a lot of these things is not really geared towards to be reelected. It's the ongoing advocacy that we continue to do. And as you know, this legislation has come in before us a year early. That's a year ago. Now, Sosiki in Shunan Hitahan Sos, I don't not be me. They budget and finance. They made recommendation, and I believe we're just following what the recommendation is being given to the council, and then exactly that's what we're doing. Out of by each agency, what are the road projects? That's one thing that we ask the chapters and NDOT. It's just not that we just allocate funding and have it just sit there for a long time. Project ready. I know a lot of these road projects, they go through a certain process, engineering design, that art clearance, project funding, and I think that's the question that we need to ask NDOT and BIA. Based on the way I understand the language or the legislation, it's not necessarily the opera funding. The quick machine based on the Hindi, a donut out on the job in Itel Kita, to RGPA, at the federal level. 54 million yet a project, and then the whole nation just have to wait until the following year to get the funding reallocated again in that amount. And then that's the reason why the transportation Washington the Kodot and he need to naga at a lounge is a either that's a bit home go down that's in his not either that and hit that so called the will now the Washington hit all the Kodona be Washington then keep be a team your kid a digila and his church no ajo jo ahuzno da sto e koje on yel tid da sto jo atoni ku da at to add to zone chat I have been now kodo based on dengi did our legislation also so net based on your kid jo did abnel nisto did on happen and did our base ko den not that ni to ni ko jo isa ho na na to add de to o ho abna ko kodo to response and negligence in our source and then him that he needs but I believe that this particular legislation was developed last year. So it all quite yiki be not hanasi or little adon RDC I mean let's get the BIA and then the NDOT get together and so on. Adot aquajende state Kodobahata is state that Japan ya linki snate ka to agent that adon den kitchen in Canada Kodo and see Kodon Hasna that Kaita Satuich that is no at the hot Asian den net of better husband aquake called the quick sheet is not Nika Kodo yards it that the for each chapter for each community. And then we have to go to each of our governors, the New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. Ya the and Hadat church that the no to Tati Ka Ako Hodat Ego and his don't hitchin as Tada out of county that are Konana Ako 8 Asian and no Dengi Quagishi half needs and a couple of Nachico Ecuador, Sister Zero, this Jot Azo and need and then Dinigito. Which I'm sure I'll get some responses again from my chapters that I'm advocating for none of your chapters. Just that, I mean, that's the thing that will probably come back to me sometimes, but nonetheless, I mean, I think I've done enough. I mean, I did a lot in my community of all these road projects across the Navajo Nation. So, but nonetheless, Speaker Adosman Ano Dinigi, the shade Okodo Babana in Chicago, Kodo Jobe, Kendika, Nanki the Schneiderle, Chairman, Speaker.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We are on Amendment 1, which is adding in language in for reimbursement. I know a lot of this discussion is back on the main motion too as well. But let me go back to the floor. I do have Chairman Daniel So on Amendment 1.
Question and privilege, Speaker Zenio.
Chairman Hino, hold on, Chairman So. Question and privilege, Chairman Hino.
Yes, maybe it's just me or nobody wants to listen, but I did ask the question and it's not been answered yet.
Can you restate your question, Chairman Hino?
This was to either the controller or to the legislative council. Whether they
a charger? I don't have a charger for an iPhone.
Hold on, Chairman Hino. While we all here, please keep your phone on mute. Go ahead, Chairman Hino.
Whether the ARPA funds includes roads, because I just remember seeing water infrastructure, broadband, economic development, and so that was the question I had. Because I'm thinking that ARPA, not ARPA, but the next money that's coming down from Joe Biden is the infrastructure plan, where that includes roads and bridges. But this one, this current ARPA money, is roads part of it? That's the question I had.
Hey, thank you. Let me go back to Mrs. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Hino. actually two questions I think involved here. The first question is exactly what Delegate Hino asked, which is, does ARPA allow in road expenditures? I would like to turn that question to DOJ in that they will be our ARPA legal experts. I'm sure they're on the line. But before I do that, Speaker, I would like to point out that the amendment that's been proposed for reimbursement of the CSN fund, that is a inclusive amendment, meaning that it speaks to any prospective funds, federal or state funds, and it includes ARPA, but it's not limited to ARPA. So if there is new federal funding that comes out, it can also be used to reimburse the CSN fund. So that's about the amendments, but the bigger question about whether roads, bridges, you can use ARPA money, I would like to turn that to DOJ. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chair Hino.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, with that, I'm going to turn it over to the Department of Justice. Anybody on from the Department of Justice?
Speaker, this is Kristen Lowell. Can you hear me?
Yes. Absolutely.
Good afternoon, Speaker, members of Council. In answer to Delegate Henio's question, at this juncture, Department of Justice is considering the road projects would be included under the government services category. Government services, spending for government services are allowed up to the amount of revenue that was lost in the immediate past fiscal year. Speaker.
Thank you. We go back to the floor then. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours on Amendment 1.
On Amendment 1, are we doing the same amendment twice? BNF had amended to basically seek reimbursement from ARPA. And now this amendment, and I thought Mr. Rico read that amendment into the record. And are we doing the same amendment with this motion? And then the other is specific to what certain members of the council are bringing up. My understanding is the House adopted the jobs plan and infrastructure plan. And the Senate has put together their version, and reading some of the latest updates, they were going to vote this week. But the Republicans are asking for a delayed vote come Monday. So it's, and that for sure, it includes roads, bridges, railways, those types of infrastructure. So, and then I guess the main thing under government services, as Ms. Lowell alluded to, it had to relate to loss of revenue. And as far as I know, there was no loss of revenue under DOT funded projects. So that may not qualify. So in that aspect, then with respect to what Honorable Rick Nez put into the debate about equity and the need for roads in our own respective districts. If the legislation is adopted, then I would like to motion for directive to basically address the aspect of roads funding in our districts. I have a very great need, and the RDC experienced some of those rough roads. I know that when they drove through there, as they drove, the washboard made their vehicles run diagonally. They were bouncing diagonally and taking up almost 2 lanes of road. So in that aspect, we all have great road needs. And that's why I'm asking that we put together a directive. The other is Honorable Slater alluded to, yes, it's already funded, but with this legislation, we're doubling the amount. And previously, Garrett Silversmith had said there was still some clearances and there was still realignment issues. And by doubling the funding, are we just, that money, will it just sit there while the clearances are being made 2 years, 3 years down the road? That would be my questions and statement. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Just to go back to your question, asking Mr. Rico. Mr. Rico, I'll go to you. In regards to the recommendation, or if this is doing the same amendment that being enacted.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. What I read earlier was from my memo dated May 25th, 2021, and that was the recommendations from the Budget and Finance Committee as a result of their work session that they had. So we haven't officially adopted this amendment yet, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let me go back to answer more of those questions. Honorable Keon Begay as a motioning party.
Can you repeat the modification? I'm sorry.
No, there's no modification. There's questions.
Speaker, I apologize, but again, the bottom line is the accessibility to the funding that the Navajo Nation has. Because that's the key thing for us. Let that based on what the replenish indoor but that's going to take a while. When I go with asking for the yard and then keep and then not the legislation. And then, of course, there's only Bahasi RDC. Washington maybe do a thorough work session with the full council about the road projects that the Niniki. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Keon Begay. Let me go ahead and move on. Honorable Vice Chair Smith on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker. Also, Navajo Nation Council. Also, those that are listening in. Anosa. for supporting roads out there. On Amendment 1, I think there's a typo on that. It says 0313-21. I think we're referring to old business 0313-20 rather than 21. We haven't got that far in our numbers of this year. But at any rate, Shananda, my question to the amendment is this shovel ready? I know I asked for a bridge. I kept getting beat up on that. But I want to thank those that have helped me. And I want to help. That's why I'm asking these questions. Is this shovel ready? And if it is, how long will this road take in order to get fixed or improved upon? Washington, there's always a deadline. Dated December 20th. ARPA by controller, no. 2024, agent. Basically, don't they nasna this 2026 ko dirigi lele yal hades nilo ashbohnets ko oda zut o yalsen nilo o by yet le tournament trust fund projects get out o kuishi the meal so onasnil ko hado sheet out o so bist eda Adonana did Jose K avocado did Lata Asmito Akodan Ado Lata Asmil Dado Akota Dinido Ona Koto Hina Koto Quishin Zadole. It's a trado a codo Yashwada so Asian kid Ashananta Hela. I reserve my time.
Every time on 224. Colleagues, some of these questions are back on the main motion. Let's concentrate on the amendment. This is to be adding in just the language for reimbursement. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Madam Chair Charles Loon, sorry.
Thank you, Shitila Speaker. So I do support this amendment. I do have to say that whenever legislation comes before this committee, there's always the push to kill a legislation because there's not matching funds. And in this case, there is already matching funds, but the amendment also includes in there that if there are other funding sources coming down, that those funding sources will be put back into the citizen pot. I'm assuming, and I probably will need clarification on this, in the language for the amendment, it does state at the very end of the sentence, including congressional appropriations under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 or other COVID-19 related relief. Is that sentence complete? One. Two is when we're talking about other COVID-19 related relief, are we talking in particular to the infrastructure bill that is currently being drafted and being debated at the federal level? If so, should we include that, stating that any potential legislation coming down from the federal government concerning roads and infrastructure? So that's my second question. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time at 3 minutes, 34 seconds. Go back to the sponsor. McKeon BA.
Speaker, Kahanando Liskodo, Chenadi, Kidiki, Kudoshi, Hello, just Shinashin, that's it up, Sato, and then again, this was given back to the Budget and Finance Committee. He recommend that back to the council. Legislation to keep a car. And I would say that, but I want Mr. Yeller here to say this or NDOT that this particular road project, it is project ready. Project ready goes based on that. We have had that all this called issue baby Nashukudoya, the Dinigito, I dump on each a couple of based on each Giju could do any Satona Behoni Glinigishi, Babuka, Hiki, Adida. Ado Kador Shemaya Hadziki Snooten. To ask the Shana and that could provide can you tell people stop texting me? Hello, yes, lost my train of thought here. Chamakudo Bahanane Z yes, all we can list $1 billion worth of a road project across the Navajo Nation. That could be, and the reason why I say that could be is that I haven't really get Shisazigi. I'm not sure about the other RDC if they had any information about what the overall plan of the NDOT could all the Nahasato yin the ala to hit all that kidneys nilla. A coco it that I don't those kidneys the local that stop. So a codo business and the Kikulani stop shit to beso or a cogi dish kill. To the Nindigishin that at so a coco maybe all of this could be if Shana Mr. Yeller here, if you could allow NDOT to provide some clarification and information to the council. That way we could be able to get assurance of that this is coming directly from the NDOT of what and how they are planning out and what they're planning to submit. And the white paper, no, the Bayada kit, that's more of a policy that the NDOT or the Navajo Nation as a whole is trying to clarify a lot of these policies of how we get funding and the justification. Jade Ajiki what ego kodo bened quidishin nada on day a call could you end that dot be a gishin quite hit yal lindgi on Saton hike at the hotel lishiki to eat about yet of Bonet Zada. A call benago kodo shmabina kitty that could be done. But all I'm saying is that even though if this particular road is embedded or added on to the overall listing, but that will take years because, as you know, at Congress level, they don't actually do the funding appropriation automatically. They have to go through the authorization process, and then they go through the appropriation process again. And then who's going to fund it? That's going to go to? It's a lengthy time. So, but the assurance that if we are going to be getting funding, I mean, I don't see a problem for the Navajo Nation to get funding for this particular road, while the other funding will start trickling down to the Navajo Nation to replenish what was taken out of the Sihasin funding. So that's my overall intent on this legislation. I think that's what is concerning of some of my colleagues that the base once the funding is realized and is coming back to the Navajo Nation, it'll go back into the citizen funding. So at the end of the day, once everything is back in place, it will have the funding will be coming directly from the federal government. But quite a gay or quite a yard bent on Mr. Construction again, out able to legislation the amendment to keep in the speaker. So again, I don't know if Mr. Yeller here or NDOT could be able to attest to the question if this particular road is project ready. And I would think that anything that we ask fundings for, and that's the first thing that they always ask us, is it project ready? And he didn't. J legislation. That's the reason why it's have a lot of projects, but they're not project ready. Ko okot ego ko otol nego to otskin ho peso hato leto ada on das onanas la ha khoje pe on sto de ki to e to be has ada khage ba hazune khot ko ot ai ko donat be hanasti the speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, we are in Amendment 1 on Legislation 0313-20. For everybody else in the queue, I do have reserve time. So we go back to reserve time. Chairman Nez, 54 seconds on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable colleagues, Honorable Kiel and Begay for your amendment. I'm willing to vote green for the amendment, but I still have issues with the main legislation, 19 million, 0.5. I want that money for my legislative districts as well. So that's just where I stand, and I appreciate Chairman Daniel So's statement on the directive, but I would like to see it in writing, even in a legislation format as well, to where we can all have equal distribution. So, thank you, and I'll go ahead and waive the rest of my time if there's any. Thank you.
Thank you. That, moving on down, Chairman Hino, 3 minutes, 33 seconds on Amendment 1.
Speaker David, Audition Associate for Nation Council. I was sitting here thinking, Ellis Tanner, since he's son, and he's probably thinking, hey, that's my idea. Payday, holiday payday, no, and not no way, kid. These two of the other things, other than when we get our tax returns, it's quite a bit of I need it. And one question I have for either Department of Justice, probably answer this for me, is that on the ARPA legislation from DC, it states that any project after March 3rd, 2021 and this particular project, I don't know how many years ago it has been on the books. So we're saying that we want to get reimbursed. How would this March 2021 play into effect? What if they deny us and say that's unallowable? What do we do now after that? I reserve my time.
Every time at 2 minutes, 17 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Honorable Eugene So, going twice.
I didn't say.
Oh.
I thought, yeah, I got sure. See that legislation 313-20 in this ongo. You can see I had other question stations that we can't hear the double car. The stars on it and hear the double car. Could add all by the wings either. Budget finance coming with double car. Let's add not they need I saw not not the ones. Hotel ne hosan ni comba hasn't it taken on patient and you asking for more next car on that. We need to join about it. So, but me, I really have concern for the people in that area. They've been neglected for so many years. Hey, yeah, very much.
Thank you. Moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 24 seconds.
Thank you again, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council, and for the amendment. Good. I'm kind of puzzled on the lost revenue under the interpretation. Well, what does that mean? Could that be explained a little further? Because we're talking about federal funding, and if they're saying it's basically refundable if it's lost income, is that what I'm hearing, or could that could DOJ reiterate that? And if so, then if it's a lost revenue, then we'd have to focus on lost revenue. If not, could DOJ please interpret that? Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Every time at 1 minute, 30 seconds. We go down to Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 minutes and 34 seconds on Amendment 1.
Reserve my time, Speaker.
Every time at 3 minutes, 33 seconds. That, let me go back to the sponsor. Honorable Caleb Gay.
Speaker, I don't believe Shay Kodor DOJ Kodor question lagit, and then Mr. So just basically made a statement that he did support this particular amendment along with Chairman Nez. So I don't know if DOJ, I guess that's your call, Speaker, because I'm only the amending party. Speaker.
Yep. Anybody on from the Department of Justice?
Speaker, this is Kristen Lowell again.
Yes, Ms. Lowell.
Speaker, in answer to, hang on 1 second, I need to close my door. Okay, sorry about that. All right, in answer to Delegate Smith's request for clarification, and this follows on to a clarification from something Delegate So said. The interim final rule does provide that payments may be used for the provision of government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue experienced due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. That reduction in revenue is calculated and measured by the revenue lost in the most recent full fiscal year prior to the emergency. However, the recipient, in this Navajo Nation, is not restricted to using that direct portion to the revenue from the source loss. What I mean by that is, just say, for example, the Navajo Nation, the bulk of the lost revenue came from the closing of the casinos. We're not limited in how we spend that money. So we don't need to spend that money for the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. We can spend it for any government services that leadership believes is appropriate. So we're not restricted in that sense where, oh, there needs to be revenue directly lost from whatever road improvement services we're providing. Now, in answer to Delegate Henio's question, I still need a few moments for that, Speaker, if I may.
Thank you. That.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yeller here. I want to answer some things too. Speaker.
Okay, let me go back to the floor then. We all here. On Amendment 1, we're talking about the reimbursement amendment.
Okay, yeah, Speaker. So, Shanat, on a 24 councilman, Jana Strai, yeah, they could on the other kidding. Shanarik na, on the other, should to Arnold, and also, and that's to GLK. The Tito, and needy Baha, the Edisonat on. This is not one overnight. It's not one of those legislation. This legislation are announced when I joined 23rd councilman. That all Yahako Bahas. I was sworn in on November 22, 2018, and allowed me to speak for my people. My first word was this road construction for 8031 that needs attention. There's star needs and na. If no, it's not about it needed or done about three. It cannot hide about three. When that it's not in the shiki in the Tishaka and that job, yeah, no star. When that is article is in nature. What are not on 24 councilmen. I don't know, la, and the Napa, the article of Windsor, creature teeny at a paper door list on it in a cocoa. One for kiss out here on a shine of Sindole. Tradition quishing at the phone, the big on shame, not on in a sheet or list. The not stunning a part class, wasn't class, they not all you at Tanker. They what ends of the she's. Corona new generation. We need to help our new generation so they can use this road for economic by education on immediate lost revenue now by SQ. If we don't take care of this road, if it's going to be part of it, lost income too. So the net on that is not all that they not yet power want to have safe to go with that. Even in I don't down of it. And I cannot do respect you. I need to start off on that either. Or not of the legislation, basis about authority, while expenditures is increasing, expenses are increasing almost every year by 3%. Basic authority, as one for kids, on as authority, just all that are so basic about on all the ideologies of what Ecoban for kids. Already says you are supposed to be to develop the agenda house to go by a list. Of course, even in RDC on what your green vote. Of course, in charge of the kid. Auto credit store. This is shovel ready, and it's shovel ready. At the or base dot match money. Hello, 22 million. 300,000 and they short again 19,500,000. Every non-listen charge never cut off. Not on a cohort of fines and fatalities to go there for 49 years. Since 1972, the leverage of this not only relocate out of it, yet the better permittable that has cancelled the year has got could you could other keys on it, or last nation, Honorable Smith. Child, she had nature. She's on it, or done, no, she done, or done, she didn't there. She's on 8,000. The slap, the yacht, the highway, isn't it? It was a touch of not. So there's not issues. But none of the shovel ready, if it gets so, Chanel. If you're available, I'd like to ask you for your assistance to specify just a work that you had done, and also your teamwork too, Mr. Bradley and Mr. Blackhorse too. If you have once about us, we all this. A critique at the miso. So you shabe to as the nepa. Haleri os zadole. That's it. And say that. Aro kodo sto. Kodo funds so Aran Teo Nota I think there's a lot to use this road, EPA funds. Up there, what when someone just what Ajo went in, so I just support this either. I want to thank you. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to give a floor to Mr. Garrett Silversmith. Yes.
Okay, with that, going back to the floor. We are on Amendment 1, colleagues. Let me move back to the floor, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, 3 minutes, 33 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I think it is important that we do hear from Garrett Silverston, Speaker. Is it possible to get him on the line? Thank you. I reserve the rest of my time.
See the planner? See the planner? Garrett. Every time, what is the time reserved? 3:24. Hey.
Speaker, this is Kristen Lowell at the Department of Justice. I also have the information in regards to Delegate Henio's question.
Go ahead, Ms. Lowell, and then I'll go back to Chairman Henio and then on to Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. In regards to Delegate Henio's question, if there would be a prohibition in the reimbursement from the fiscal recovery funds because this project was contemplated prior to March 3rd, 2021, the answer to that is no. The restriction on March 3rd, 2021 applies to costs incurred by the recipient. So provide any costs relative to this project would prior to March 3rd would not be eligible for reimbursement from the fiscal recovery funds money. However, anything expended after that date would be eligible for reimbursement. Speaker.
Thank you for that. Let me go back to Chairman Henio. 2 minutes, 17 seconds. Yes.
Okay, good. Again, thank you for that question. I mean, the answer, what I was looking for. And that's it. I'm ready to go. You'll get my time.
That, moving on down, Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Okay, Speaker Nana. But the question is this, would it be changed on that typo for that legislation amendment? It should reflect back slash or dash 20, not 21. And I'll go ahead and defer my time. Thank you.
Yes, that's fixed in the language. It's in amendment number 1, 2, or in the reigning legislation when they sent it over. This legislation they won't fix it. It's something that can be done internal. Okay, that. Moving on down, on Amendment 1, Madam Chair Charles Lewin, 3 minutes, 24 seconds.
I reserve my time.
Three minutes, 23 seconds. Honorable Vince James, On Amendment 1.
Yeah, another speaker, other members of the council, other audience, Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, Honorable Key Brigade. Kodo Amendment 1 Bahna Adish Kidigi, Yadi Kodo Amendment Elia by Budget and Finance Committee. Ado Kodo legislation behas an amendment allocating additional $112 million in CHISN funds to the Navajo Division of Transportation for Earth Road Improvement Projects. Ako aid is that going to also be under the amendment that is currently being made? There's no equal distribution by agency. And if you look at the legislation and the Exhibit F, you have so much money that has been allocated again for Blue Gap, Tachi, Low Mountain, Mini Farms, Nuzlini, Talani, and Cottonwood. Then you have so much money allocated for like Utchagray, Rock Point, Round Rock, Sahili, Wheatfield, Chinle, Black Mesa, Forest Lake, Hard Rock, Pinion, Whippoorwill. Okay, what happened to the rest of the agencies? What happened to all of us district and then the rest of the council delegates' district area? Khalid al not the Queen hit the hospital. Khalid al as Anit Akat Egila, Anit Ashanala Ado the Anation, Nihija the base Anit no the Yayaki. And then there's only one other agency which is under speaker, which is Bahala, Jetrika, Manilito, Rock Spring, Teyato, and Telchi. And so what happened to all of us? So the last legislation that I had for Ganado Fire Department District, what I comprehended from there was that we need to have equal distribution. And if you see this additional $112 million, then that's something else again. I'm trying to comprehend why we're doing this and moving forward in this direction. And so with the ARPA funds, with this amendment being made for it to be reimbursed, then will it also cover this 112,000 amount, and then is it going to also cover the 19 million as well? Or is this amendment just covering the 19 million that is actually the title for this legislation? Cornfields, Steamboat, Jetito, Ganado, and Kisichi. This is what I comprehended from my last legislation. Reserve my time. Thank you.
That 1 minute 30 seconds. Moving on down back to the sponsor, McKeon Begay. Question.
That is Nana. Shay. Just a dog DOJ a Kodonat Yahanazi a Koko. I don't want to have the council to think that opera is the sole source for reimbursement. If you look at the amendment or read the amendment, any funding source, Latin peso ya the note the hakijo e kwagiki ya yashti koko benago e. I know the opera funding, and then again, this is the recommendation by the budget and finance. If the kodo hili shanalda shia hadzi, what is the recommendation by that was recommended by the budget and finance? But I believe they just sent a memo to speaker from the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, AD Nakiko 313 and 315. add an amendment to both legislations. And there's the first one is Section 7 citizen reimbursement. It's been authorized legislation. Prospective fund available. Funding source from different congressional appropriations that are so issue doing we recommend Osagi from Budget and Finance Committee. Although it does list others as far as the INDOT to develop a long-range plan addressing the budget shortfall for road projects that are equitably distributed among the 24 councils district. An agreement to be negotiated, with the Hopi tribe for O&M, 2.8 miles. Leverage the funding by requesting federal funds to match the fund requested. Number 5, the committee needs to meet with Resource Development Committee to review the project shortfalls and future funding, which may include opera fundings. Article 6, NDOT is requested to provide an unmet need request for opera funding considered. So based on DOJ, all of that is null and void because a lot of these road projects has been going on for years and years and years. I guess opera is out of the questions for any reimbursement, but my amendment indicates other sources, any federal congressional appropriations. The president and NDOT director had met with Transportation Secretary Buttigieg down in Phoenix. And that's what I'm saying. As an RDC member, I don't know the question, the answer to that one. Because I've been asking, and I believe RDC has been asking what has been submitted aside from the white paper. So I'm trying to figure out which availability of funds the need for the Chile agency. Again, I don't know what's the best way to say this. But I know some of you are first term. Like for me, we're talking about back to 2003. Over almost 18 years. Some of my road projects is beginning to surface to be funded. The construction but it's just the project ready process. It takes long. Yes, each and every one is. So that's why I think BIA and NDOT may need to provide an update to the council in writing. Okay, district. And then economic no on certain days opinion and then inviting others to come into the opinion area. And that way, based on so those are some areas that I just wanted to make a response. Although I know that you keep bringing up the fire station and learning what you've learned from that particular legislation. All I can say is that I've been there, done that, and so on, and I've been shut down and on a lot of these legislation. It's just a matter of coming back up and go back through the same process. Keep trying. Although I see all quite open so that's the only thing list of fundings that you've but nonetheless amendment digit Ecuador or episazendo the speaker.
Thank you. Okay. That, colleagues, we are in Amendment 1. I don't have anybody else in the queue. No one's texting? No one's texting? So I'm going to go back to reserve time. With that, Honorable Key, actually, Madam Chair, Charles Newman, 3 minutes, 23 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I think there's a lot of things to consider in regards to this amendment and the language that's provided within this amendment. I do support the amendment. I think that it does cover the issues regarding putting money back into citizen. I also have been listening to the concerns regarding equity and, asking the question of, what about our roads? Well, as delegates, we do have that right to drop legislation, to request for funding to move forward. It seems like, whenever we have a legislation that gets presented, we start saying, what about my area? What about my area? And we start tacking on these concerns onto that legislation, and it kind of stalls it. So as a delegate, we do have the right to drop legislation. So if you want to, within your regions, address your roads, then drop legislation and ask for funding, go through the process and present that legislation to council. But again, I do support the amendment. I support the legislation. I think that these roads do have to get addressed. I think in terms of matching funds, the matching funds are there. If ARPA can cover those funds, it would be something that's good. But I think in terms of two projects coming down from that community, if they are needed, then we should seriously consider them. And again, if you are a delegate asking, what about my community? What about my roads? Then I would like to, ask you to drop legislation and get it through the process while these fundings are available. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve your time at 1 minute, 34 seconds. Let me go on down. Honorable Vince James, 1 minute, 30 seconds. On reserve time.
Nana Shinalit, Speaker, members of the council audience, although sponsor of the Navy. Shinalit, Honorable Kealan Begay, the amendment that was made by Budget and Finance Committee, it's attached to the legislation, is what I'm talking and referring to. So will the ARPA funds, this amendment that we're making, will it cover the $112 million as well, additionally with the $19 million that is being requested? Millions of dollars have always gone into road projects. In the past, by former leaders, has it been equally distributed in the past to each of the agencies regarding roads concerns? No, it has not. And I know Shanella, Honorable Leonard Pete sent lots and lots of millions of dollars into Chinle, and we're still at Chinle agency. What happened to us, the other agency? We've been waiting for years for road improvements in each of the agencies. Biden infrastructure funds in the other cohort and hit it, but it's not guaranteed again. The adult because of these no dashi it don't need what are not speak only. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I don't have anybody else in the queue. But I do have M. Chair Charles Newton with reserved time, 1 minute, 34 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Again, I do support this amendment language. I am ready to vote on the amended language. I defer the rest of my time. Thank you.
Speaker.
Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else with the reserve time or anybody else in the queue. So with that, colleagues, on Amendment 1, let's go to the board.
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
And privilege, Honorable James, while we're voting.
I did have a question that was not answered, Speaker.
Okay, where was that question directed to?
With this amendment that's being made, is it going to cover just the 19 million, or is it going to cover the 112 million? Or is it going to cover both of them?
Let me go back to Ms. Lowell from the Department of Justice.
Speaker, this is Kristen Lowell. I don't know what I know the 19 million is this legislation. I don't know what the 114 million is, Speaker.
It's the road projects that were added on as an amendment at BNF.
Oh, okay.
It's additional projects for all the 24 delegate regions.
I see. Okay. I think Dana wanted to say something, so if she wants to go ahead.
Barbara?
This is Ms. Bobroff. That was really a question probably that should come to Legislative Council, but I appreciate DOJ's response. The amendment number 1, that covers all funding in the legislation. So that would apply to both the original amount of 19 million and then the amendments at 100, I think it's 112 million. Thank you, Speaker. So everything in the legislation would be eligible for reimbursement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's continue voting.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Honorable Green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jane votes green.
Honorable Rick James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote like Honorable Chair Rick Nez, green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, Doc is.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker
Thomas
votes
Walker.
green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winnicott.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winnicott votes green. Honorable Evan Niazi. Honorable Evan Niazi. Honorable Evan Niazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Elliott.
Green. Green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Amber Kniss-Barkrati. Honorable Amber Kniss-Barkrati. Honorable Amber Kniss-Barkrati did not vote. Honorable Tanao Halona.
Lona votes green.
Halona. Tanao Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor, 1 opposed. Speaker not voting. Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown. Did you get my vote?
Yes.
Thank
Votes
you.
down is green. That 21 in favor, 1 opposed. Not voting, motion carries. On Amendment 1, with that, going back to the main motion, I do have, this is who I have lined up in the queue. I have Honorable Halona, then Honorable Charlene So, then Chairman Nez, then Honorable Daniels, then Honorable Eugene So. With that, Honorable Halona.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to give my viewpoint again as far as this legislation is concerned. I support this legislation 100%. And the main reason why is because, mute your phone, thank you. Main reason why I support this legislation is because the people out there on the western side of the Navajo Nation were promised lots of things from Navajo, generating station. And Navajo generating station didn't put out. They promised that community all kinds of goodies, roads and water lines. And now, 50 years later, I don't know what happened to the delegates that were there before. I should have been minding the store, making sure that they got what they promised from NGS. Well, now, 50 years later, we're having to deal with that problem. Those people out there are hurting because on that road, there's pretty much only one way in and one way out. And that's 30, 40 miles of dirt road. And imagine if we had that over here somewhere near us where we would have to be repairing our vehicles probably every week, bouncing up and down that road, especially during the muddy season when it gets snow and rain. And then, especially in wintertime, the buses have been stuck over there left and right. So it's already been detrimental for the people out there to have to go through this. 50 years. That's unthinkable right now in this day and age. I think right now we have the power, the know-how right now to help those people. Helping those people is going to help them with their wallets, because they won't have to be paying for all those outrageous repair and maintenance bills and having to buy new vehicles every time they're probably wearing their vehicles out every 2 or 3 years, and they got junk. So I support this 100% because we need to help those people. Who knows when it's going to get another chance to help them help them out with this amount of money and infrastructure in their area. But I think we need to go forward with this. And I'm asking my colleagues to assist us here and to vote green. Yeah, we want money all over the Navajo Nation. Everybody wants money for their communities. Yes, that's true. But these people out there haven't had any for almost 50 years, no development. We over here on this side of the reservation, we already have highways. We already have roads built. We're already up to the 21st century. All we need is more money to help repair maintenance on our roads, not out there like they have over there where they're starting over from the dirt. Literally starting over from the dirt. We need to help them to help them catch up to the rest of the Navajo Nation. And this is a good start. He's already got $30 million there waiting to finish that road. We need to go ahead and help those people right now. I understand that, I like to advocate for my communities too, but, we're advocating for the whole Navajo Nation. That's what we're here for, and that's what we're elected for, to guide the nation. And so with that, I urge my colleagues to think about that. 50 years. We need to vote green. Thanks, Speaker. I waive my time.
Thank you. That, Honorable Lona. Moving on down. Honorable Charlene, so. What's yours?
Yeah, it's Ashanant. Thank you, Shajat, for allowing me to speak and comment on this matter. Asagi Nanayat Esasanos Angi, to the great people of the Navajo Nation. With this, I do fully support it. The Nachangi Equa, the Quishin Nachain, they nothing, Dopa Nacha is lean. They're hoping to see this outcome pull through. And, I know it's a lot of money, but we also need to consider and challenge ourselves. Use we're concerned about how that's going to be replenishing. And right now, I need an amendment. Let's challenge ourselves. We're talking about election. That word is being thrown around at this current time. To get revenue back to the nation. So don't run for re-election. That's what I'm telling my constituents, that you guys need to consider who you put as your leaders. Those that are going to be considering for the future, the generations to come. That's the leadership that we need to put in place at this point. We have to think about the first responders that have to utilize that road. If they dial 911 for the response time for 45 minutes delaying to 2 hours is absurd in trying to save a life. So please consider this. I reserve my time, Speaker.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 1 second. Moving on down. That Chairman Nez on the main motion. Floor is yours, Chairman Nez.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Damon. Aro Baseball Anna Seneki. Sihe Hoto di Nabiki Tip Bason. Nast it's at the mail soto snake. That's a whole lot of money. Ni Ashi the National Banchi case the Shin had no she ticket don Hansa case what 50 years no Harabaya without roads. What has the federal government done all these years to hurt our Navajo people? That's where the problem is. It's the federal government. When our brothers and sisters, our black people, they stand up. We don't even stand up to the government. All we do is, man, they know how to group up. We don't. Chickens now. Korosiane. Nishi Koro. Nishidane Tindensen. Bahajo by, wait a handi, what I had noticed based era sata. Wait, I had noted nest things at Leo, hovered at Nora best era. Bahajo by, no. I watched it era, and I sat upon my attention. Halit Ahonit, Elanson. If I could ask the Legislative Council to draft me an amendment to have all 24 delegates have 19.5 million equally distributed, I would appreciate that. Let's see where we stand. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Speaker, I second.
Speaker, this is Legislative Council. Can I ask a question quickly?
Chairman Nez, that's a $460 million amendment. I don't know if there's $460 million in the CSN fund. Let me go to Ms. Barbara. Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. That was my question. If the intent was all of those dollars to come out of the CSN fund, that is over $400 million. And it's my understanding the controller needs to verify, of course, but I do not believe there's that much remaining in the CSN fund. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barbara. With that, Chairman Nez, is there other funding as well that we got for that while drafting that amendment?
Speaker, don't take time away from me to respond, okay?
Okay, I'm not going to. That's why I'm asking for your response.
I just would like to have 19.5 million distributed among all delegates for their areas. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Chairman, my question back to you again is, there's not enough in the CSN fund. So what other areas of funding should we be looking at? Because I do believe there was probably about a little over 200 million. So let's say if there's 200 million in the CSN fund, we're still going to have to be looking for about $260 million somewhere. And Office of Legislative council needs to know so that they can draft that to state where the other funding is going to come from.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Rick Nez here.
Yes.
If we do have money laying around somewhere, if we can use some of those money that are somewhere, we're talking equal distribution here. That's what I'm asking. Look for that money for us. If Honorable Yellow Hair gets 19.5 million citizen, perhaps to equally distribute 200 million, maybe we need to decrease his amount to 10 million so we can all have the same amount, or 15 million if it comes out to 200 million. So can we just do it that way? Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I got to go to the controller's office.
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Controller or Mr. Willie. Hold on real quick. Question of privilege, Honorable James.
Question of privilege, Speaker. Thank you. In regards to Honorable Nez's request, what is the possibility of deleting the amendment that was made by Budget and Finance Committee of that $112 million and just use that towards his request? That's my question. Thank you.
Colleagues, one, in order to make an amendment like this, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Barbara. One is that we're going to have to make a new fund management plan. Or actually not fund management, the expenditure plan. Right now, there's one expenditure plan that's specifically in this legislation. And that expenditure plan is specifically for a road project that's in Honorable Yellow Hair's district. If we're gonna change that, Office Legislative Council needs time to build out a fund management plan. If we're gonna divvy up $200 million to amongst 24 delegate regions, then each one of those delegate regions would have to have an expenditure plan. Now that expenditure plan might not include just roads. If that expenditure plan, it includes other items like, as instance, considering before what Chairman Nez has indicated about possibly a chapter house or other amenities for the chapter, road projects, infrastructure projects in the local community. Each one of those expenditure items need to be built out in an expenditure plan. Now, because that expenditure plan needs to be built out, one, it needs to be vetted, while each one of those projects need to be vetted in order to see if it meets the requirements of a CSN fund. Now, there's some items in there that are not, or some things that are not eligible in the CSN fund legislation or in that's guided by the CSN fund management plan. So if there's going to be an amendment of this magnitude, I highly consider that that be done working with not only the Speaker's office, Office Legislative Council, with each one of the delegate regions, because identifying $200 million for something that's not there, we would need budget forms. We would need to make sure the budget documents are in line for each one of those specific areas, colleagues. So that's the one thing to what you're going to need, Chairman, in order for you to actually request for that amendment. Now, I don't know if that I highly doubt that kind of magnitude of an amendment can be done today. When we built the $100 million legislation back in the 23rd Council, it took us approximately 3.5 months to build that legislation for each one of the areas, delegate regions. Now you're talking $200 million. So that's just a recommendation that you would have to go back and work with each one of the delegates in order to build out a fund management plan, or possibly even amend the CSN fund management plan, and then in order to create each expenditure plan. Now, to take into consideration, Honorable James, your question, anybody can motion to take out an amendment that was created at any one of the committees, or amend the legislation. So in order to do that, you could just take that amendment out. But again, if you're wanting to consider to build out a $200 million legislation, let's hypothetically say that there's $200 million in the CSN legislation, in CSN fund. We would need way more time than just a couple hours in order for us to build an expenditure plan for each one of the delegate regions, colleagues. So with that, Ms. Barbara, I don't know if you want to add anything else on.
Thank you, Speaker. The one thing that I would add after I tell you that I do agree, it does take some time to put together these expenditure plans, to get the list of projects, etc. But really important for starters is to figure out how much money is available in the CSN fund. And I will point out that we're currently trying to put together CSN legislation that was, I think I can say this, that was requested by Otto So and Edmund Yazzie for $100 million to each district for various CSN projects. So really important at the moment is identifying how much money is available in CSN, and then we do need time to get that plan put together. It could be, of course, separate legislation than this one. If you want to add it to this legislation, I am going to request that you table this legislation or refer it back to give Office of Legislative Counsel time to put together an appropriate expenditure plan. Thank you, Speaker.
Question of public speaker.
I agree with you everything except for one thing, Dana. This legislation 0313-20 has been referred back and has been taken off the agenda once. If this legislation is removed from the council agenda again, either referred or tabled, this legislation is dead.
Thank you for the reminder, Speaker.
Okay. Question of privilege, Madam Chair Charles. Then question of privilege, Honorable Vince James. After that.
Thank you, Speaker, and also thank you, Dana, for the information and the recommendation. My question is, in this situation where we do the equal distribution to all of the delegates, then does that mean that the rest of the legislation that are currently on the agenda requesting citizen funds then become moot and no longer can be considered? And I'm speaking directly to legislation 0065-21. I believe that there's a request for citizen funds in the amount of $58,225,000. in addition to legislation 0091-21, $2 million from Citizen to be given to Canyon Sitio Band of Navajo Health Center. So then does the two legislations, do they just get referred back? Thank you, Speaker.
In this case, as indicated, Madam Chair Charles Newton, it would highly be unlikely that there'd be a $200 million amendment ready today. So in that case, if this still continues to get debated through the session, whether it gets voted up or down, those legislations 0065-21 and 0091-21 are still eligible to be not only voted on or debated and voted on here, but also eligible to be sent across the street. And it would be ultimately up to the president to sign those legislations into law. Until those legislations are signed into law, then we know that there is still an adequate amount of funding in the CSN fund. Honorable James. Question privilege.
Thank you again, Speaker, and members of the council and audience. In regards to question of privilege, my question is going to go to Office of Legislative Counsel. How much time would you need, because it would be a time frame if we were to move forward with the tabling motion? How much time would you need to get all of these documents situated and taken care of to have it come back before the council? Thank you.
We go back to Legislative Council.
Thank you, Speaker. Unless there is already a project plan developed by each district, it would really be dependent on how long it took each delegate to identify what projects they wanted to spend the 19.5 million on in their district. As Speaker pointed out, CAP 3518 took 3 months to compile that information. Now, it might be quicker this time, but it would all be dependent on how long it took the delegates to identify the projects they wanted to expend the 19.5 million on. There was in the one of the much earlier CSN legislations, it was water related. The delegates were given a smaller amount to distribute among their districts or their chapters within their districts. And I think they did that in about 2 weeks, a week and a half, 2 weeks. So that's my long-winded answer. And basically it's just going to take time unless there is already a plan that exists, such as there was when the Budget and Finance Committee added the Earth Road improvement projects. That plan, or those projects were already compiled. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate James.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. That, going back then to those explanations and recommendations, Chairman Nez, I'm going to go back to you. What is your recommendation then moving forward?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon and my colleagues. Speaker, I believe I will just vote red on the legislation, because if it's not possible, it's not possible. And I would encourage Honorable Vince James to go ahead and resubmit his legislation for his fire station. Thank you. I hope you don't take my time away, Speaker.
Oh, yeah. What was his name? Okay. That, moving on down. Honorable Daniels, on the main motion.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, the legislation could should not delegate yellow here. Legislation could not mean so good Diego. Done get in the yeast. Since I get the Baban to take kiss. Shisha. So I'm back here. I knew that Ecuador. I couldn't write down. So that's here to go and that has in regards to roads. Dirt roads on the Navajo Nation, not just in Pinyon. Other areas, Marie RDC Tadi, Marie throughout the Navajo Nation, throughout Tordalia. I have agenda the Economy in the area that I represent, the region that I represent. Tadi Kada. The Yego and how it instances has Lunda. The Quago Shibata is the Baba is Tien Pinyon, Stab without about 10, without about 10. So that Chinley now, the Queen Shibata is 10. I call talking about roads. Chinley really needs attention. I call the great, even though it's blacktop, the downtown Chinley. I see that's or that elder. About that is any in regards to this legislation. The one of the chapters that I represent. Shanto, Navajo Mountain. There's an area, it's called Tall Mountain. There's I wish Payet Mesa out of the cross the canyon. They not just hard team. The in the whole team. And the director, I don't know the directors done they've been on that road. The in the whole team. That's the only way in and that's the only way out. People living on top of our Payet Mesa. Infrastructure is tall. There's a cheap bed that a teen bed in the whole team. In that was getting the whole team. Or you have a Kagish class that's a quaggy in the radar of Pinyon area. Queen Shibata, you know, Tino, the Walante. But the radar, the area that I'm talking about is sand dunes. A lot of the road is very, it gets sandy. A lot of people, they get stuck. So, yeah, in the whole team. So, Arunana Quado, Baban Saskis. I know we're going to allocate some dollars for roads. I call Quadot over Bala the lessons in Quadot. Then I Quadot Shashna ask Estacito. I'm the later. Based on nada, in Hina Hanada with all this. Shashna ask and lay I damn it. Based on Nani, Milna, or Eshido, adding that. She's not us. The nice guest is not a deed for Friday. So you have about so what actually he was that's what I'm trying to get to ADG. He was there. So Caribbean Bubble now the I didn't hear. So you could I just delegate here in the region. I don't abandon need on it. So what actually don't let to other. So any of the you have about this case could up and she legal and has the New Mexico that I see that a chain. The house only at the Ajago, they compared to the area that I represent, Sydney Bosch, my favorite chase area. But I see came by that's what that dirt roads. Yeah, I was going like 50 miles an hour on that road and that Friday at so all communities are different. So the Diego band, they band at 18. So but could not agree that she seven to equal has a seat or she was paid and equal to a big base on nada hit the taho. Is she could not be. Or even hands to the case or less could not. And need all your common sense you had the common sense no had the could not delegate yellow hair. I'd she bet you need to listen so it's not deed. So idiot that I could not I don't know could not or yeah how that in is negi or yes can like look at quite again right you don't know that thank you Mr. Speaker.
Great. Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Moving on down. Honorable Eugene So on the main motion.
Chair.
Oh.
Okay, main motion. I feel that everywhere on the reservation, yeah, we need everything. We're way behind. Way behind. We're in the third world country. When I was interviewed by the NBC, said we need water, we need roads, communication, etc. Since then, people have been calling me. Where do I take the donation? No, call. I just told him to go to the president or Navajo Nation. And the next interview, I was interviewed again. We NBC has been flooded with donation. Aside, even some other countries should own it. Not based on the Han donation. So that fund is hard lesson. So any yahoo, so over to the case, there are funds there. I guess we can get some help, which I'm pretty sure we can get a fire department or another road, etc. But like I said, the school and the hospital was put there with now no roads going to it. What in that area? What short and what isn't that place? And also, I noticed the road from Navajo to Chinle, never to the Australia. People went to rides their cars almost every year now. I know some people that come down here with a new truck and then the next day, what's a hot place there? Of course, and that has been set, first responder abundant and school bus abundant. These are young generation, young kids that we're trying to forget each other. So even get it. I don't know my son would say them. You need that. I just turned 69 now. Friday, yeah, down. So we want the people to go forward, And I've been seeing this all through all of my years. It's been like this. We need to change. We need to do something. That's the reason why I wanted to be a council because that reservation. We need to clean up our natural resources. Then we're headed. We just want to keep going that route. So we need to start helping people, helping each other on it as a whole. Councilman, can you on it? On the sheet, check the day. We all talk for the whole Navajo Nation, everybody. And Winter Rock. Even get hot that is adults the sound is another house that needs in adults on what that we're of age now. So I should really never caught what so shady other cases and even now because I've seen it. It's not only there, it's all over the place. We need to help each other. If I don't have still this as a chair. I'm going to save my time.
Thank you. With that, let me go ahead and move on down. Chairman Yazzie, what was yours on the main motion?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sir, thank you. Members of the council, on the legislation that we've been talking about for hours, I know the situation that Mr. Yellowhair is in, trying to advocate for his chapters. And I know he has been doing this for almost a year and maybe a year and a half now. And so I know, as we all have stated, 19 million is a lot of money, for a project. But the sponsor of the bill has been advocating, and it's in our rights as delegates that we do the same for our chapters. And so I'm just very fortunate that McKinley County, on our side, they're just concerned about right-of-ways. And so then they come in and fund and chip seal the road, or not pay, but just fix our county road in our area. So I'm grateful to the county of McKinley County. And so, but as far as the other jurisdictions, I know it's quite hard. So I would just ask Speaker, Ms. Barbara, that in legislation that we talk about in funding each chapter, if Speaker, not a directive, but just to get Ms. Barbara to go ahead and start working on that legislation that Mr. sign off on that and get that through the system ASAP. So so that's what I would have to say, and I know the vote's going to be kind of not going to be voting green. For the record, I'll state that I'll be voting green. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the board. Let me go back to Mr. Our Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. As a sponsor.
Chat. It's chat, not Ani. Nation. Out of 24 councilmen, not Ani. With all legislation done, Mr. Soli. 2 years and a half I've been working on this project. It took me
Honorable Yellowhair, you need to speak up louder, or
I think that
Honorable Yellowhair, we can't hear you, buddy. Is it just me, or is it you guys too?
We can't hear him.
Honorable Yellowhair. Honorable Yellowhair, we can't hear you. You guys just stand on top of your truck.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, okay, I was on mute. I had problem with my phone here. Yet, my first word to 24 councilmen. I had lady 50 years, people have been struggling. Ever since then, highway nobody yet. He didn't know how they so it was we've been struggling, been hurting. Policemen out there, they don't go there too. The net not in the Ecuador, then all that the other passes go down that in the order late touchdown long. Iliago, so the lady to Mr. Pa. Or Choya Shet knows me. Honda is ako. Best of all, Tige, no hot later. The ne Hudan is the cotton on Hansa data. Money comes back if we take care of economics. Just like right now, COVID-19 has done everything, impact the economic. The end of the 800 peso. Not the Dara BIA, the NPLP, Pilot advocate us and money. He couldn't not yet any additional. So, and Nila, Washington, opposite the Nishadon, however, in the NPL, don't see that either. Bayan Kish dot me. It's a dot. This is Armor T. Allen. Yeah, 8 hours. And then you get to die, Dana since it's answer. So we got on, he cut this with it on her advocate that is either. She thought me. Okay, it's about the she a other, but it, as a quick house land 25 CF or the NPL, put it in a equator, don't happen to honey, car, and he thought me. Okay, I don't know, cut it where I saw the and the Michigan constant. Thought is about that, so these are the had ladies, Hotaya in Haas, it is cargo, even in thought is about as I saw the never called J. It's count all the weight or shitty car or J or something nice thing. So never car or J or that is our. It's not just our route. It's a major route for all 5 chapters each year. Out of school year. In Monument Valley, Honda car from basketball team on that. I want to buy a street or less as not any. Or not none. He said, condone his daughter and said, no coalition. Thank you very much, Speaker. My colleagues, your great support is very needed. It's needed today. God bless you all. Thank you, Speaker.
Question of privilege, Daniel So.
Question of privilege, Chairman.
Yeah, Satilla, my question of privilege relates to 0315 and 0313. What is the total of both legislation? And that will impact the aspects of equal distribution. Thank you.
$20,924,705.
Both of them together.
Yes.
Pagkushila siya.
Chairman, that's just for Honorable Yellow Hair's original legislation amount. That doesn't include the $112,080,000 that's divvied up amongst all 24 delegate regions. That is in an amendment that's attached to 0313-20. But the total amount for both of them, as they both sit as of right now, is $133,004,705. That, moving on down. Everybody else in the queue, no, we do. Madam Chair, Charles Newton on the main motion. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I think that we've had a very healthy debate. What I've been hearing from delegates is when citizen is being requested that there should be equity. So with legislation 0065-21, $58,225,000, I wonder if the same arguments will be made that in terms of equity for every delegate region to receive that 58 million, in addition to the 2 million that's being requested for Canyon Cito Band of Navajo Health Center. I think in terms of making these types of arguments, we need to be careful because we say time and time again that we are here for the people, and yet we're making arguments for our regions and for our chapters. I support the legislation that's being proposed here by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. He has been asking for money for his roads since we all became delegates with 24th Navajo Nation Council. He dropped legislation. It went through the process that was referred back for a work session, and then it was, there was several comments made to his legislation. I can say that I took 8 hours out of my weekend to drive around with Delegate Yellowhair, both myself and my husband, so that we could ourselves experience the roads that he is talking about. My first question to Delegate Yellowhair at the time when we were sitting in his truck driving down these dirt roads is, how do buses go through these roads? There were areas where culvert pipes were sticking out. There was also some areas where there was a dead drop-off area that was very, very scary. If I opened my door, I probably would have fell out of the truck and went down that cliff. I think that the roads there do need attention. There are people who do live in that area, and many of the issues that have been brought up during this debate have been regarding transportation, what it costs to have to get them maintained. And I can tell you again, personally, I did take time aside and got to ride with Honorable Yellowhair. He showed me his community. I met with some of his people. I got to ride on that road, and it does certainly need to be addressed. And I was reading through the documents here within the exhibit. It does state that as well from Navajo Nation Department of Transportation in their letter. They do state that school buses, have issues when it rains in that area. But what I didn't see is how ambulances get through that area. If school buses can't have full access to these roads during certain times of the year or when the rain comes down, I wonder how public safety gets through on some of these roads. Again, with ambulances, they have a lower, they're a little bit lower than school buses. So I do support this legislation. I support his community members who do use that road. I do support, fixing this road for not only school buses, but also for public safety concerns, ambulances in particular, so that they can get through to our people out in these communities. I don't represent that community, and I don't represent that chapter, but I've made it clear time and time before that I don't represent, certain communities. I don't represent only voters. I represent the people of the Navajo Nation. And the people in that area have been asking for this road to be built for years now. I believe the comment that was made is more than 50 years they've been asking for this road to be addressed. And I think it's about time that we, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, allow for this road to be addressed and allow for this road to be accessible to the community members in that area and then anyone who is driving through. So with that, Speaker, I waive the rest of my time, but I do want to state again that I do support this legislation and the endeavors brought forth here by Delegate Yellowhair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time, but I'm going back to reserve time. Honorable Vince James, 1 minute, 18 seconds.
Donna, Shanada, Speaker, members of the council, and then the audience. If this legislation passes, then why was my Ganado Fire District legislation not passed? So I'm very interested in how this vote is going to happen due to the fact that the legislation to the Ganado Fire District was only 2.5 million, and this is requesting of 19.5 million. So with that, I'm I'm just curious on how this vote is going to go, and am I considered as a different Navajo Nation delegate with the people that voted me in the chapters that I represent? I'm very interested on how my colleagues will be voting on this legislation, or is it because I'm very outspoken? But again, just understand that a lot of this area, our Navajo people gave up many acreage for mining in that area, and based off that, lots of revenues came back to the nation. And just wanted to end it that I really don't like politic games, but eventually I believe that has happened with my legislation for the Ganado Fire District. Just know that Ganado area and myself, we do have a heart, so we do have feelings as well. So with that, I'll be very nice to this legislation. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, moving on down. Huh?
Speaker, this is Delegate Begay.
Okay, with that, move on down. Auto so 1 minute, 35 seconds. Honorable Otto So.
Speaker, you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I was muted. Anyway, this legislation has some sort of an expenditure plan, and I think if we just, with Honorable Rick Nez's request to make that amendment across the board, 19.5 million. I think there's one there, just copy and paste and list the delegates region and stick on 19.5 million as just as an equal distribution stance, and that's going to be my request for this amendment, Speaker. I'm going to have Legislative Council make that amendment. Reserve my time.
Oh, yeah.
Question, privilege speaker.
Honorable Otto So. Wait, question of privilege. Let me go to Honorable Slater.
Thank you. Can you provide the total appropriation for this legislation as amended? I know that Delegate So requested the original funding amount, but this has been amended to include $112 million out of the CSN fund. So can you add it all up for us and then also include the $1.5 million legislation? Was that 315? Thank you.
133. What? It's the total for both legislations for 0313-20 and 0315-20 is $133,004,705. That's with the $112 million amendment to legislation 0313-20. Okay. Back to Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So, to draft the amendment for equal distribution is, as indicated earlier, there's just no way that amendment can be done today. Are you asking for $19.5 million divvied up equally to each delegate region right now? Honorable Otto So, is that what you're asking for?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I requested for that. I believe this current legislation has been vetted through the Legislative Council, and it's a form of an expenditure plan that has been attached to this legislation. So that's where the equal distribution for the delegate region could be implemented for this total amount. And again, it's just back down to equal equity. Thank you. I hope you're not taking the time away from me.
So that's a $428 million amendment, and there's not enough of money in the CSN legislation. That was one problem. The other problem was that there'd be needing to be an expenditure plan for each one of the delegate regions that needs to be built to as well. And that was indicated that that needed to be developed for each delegate region. So we would need to build those two first, where we can get the funding to the rest of the money, because let's say there's only 220 million in the CSN fund. Where are we getting the other 260 million? That's one question that needs to be answered. Second is this going to be a blanket expenditure plan? And if there is, then what is all going to be inputted in that expenditure plan? What's going to be allowed or disallowed in that, according with the CSN fund management plan?
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Honorable Alaso.
Yes, what you're speaking about is the expenditure plan and the funding amount. And we understand that CSN has an expenditure plan, or requires an expenditure plan, but has parameters of where we could use the dollars. So this legislation already has gone through the vetting process of determine whether these roads meet that determination. So roads, we know overall meet that determination. So as we appropriate 19 million and 19.5 million for each delegate region to address roads, it should fit into that area and implement the amendment to include each of the delegate regions, so that you have an equitable distribution. And like I indicated earlier, the vetting process already happened. Roads is a CSN allowable in the policy. So why are we going to go back and try to justify which road will require meet the CSN criteria? But we know that new construction for roads will meet the CSN criteria. So therefore, that's all that I am indicating. And Chairman Nez's request for his amendment, that was viable, and I don't know why we didn't get staff to get on that, because that's a form of an equal distribution. Thank you.
Okay, I can understand where you're coming from, Honorable. Also, we're saying that the full 19.5 would be only for roads only. So if an amendment for roads, so we would need to know where each delegate, a listing of for each one of the delegates. Like, let's indicate your area. Well, what's the listing of the 19.5? We would need to give that to Dana so she can put that in the amendment. So we would have to sit down with each one of the delegates to get $19.5 million worth of projects.
Speaker?
Yes, Honorable so.
Yes, I do. I see that there. But if we could craft language in the legislation indicating that we appropriate it, and then we have that language saying that the listing will come up so that the dollars will be appropriated, and that way, whether it goes across the street to be signed or not, whether it's signed into law or not, that's what happens. But with that, we're just trying to look some fair fair, plain, level field. But for instance, if it's like other delegates that would support it, let's take Northern's money and put it, their current T-tip dollars, and put it into Chin Lee there for that road. Maybe that's another route. Let's look for money within the current T-tip, and if Northern's willing to give some money to that region, let's do that. We're just I'm just trying to look for some play from equal footing. Nothing else or nothing more. Just want to have the equitable and equal distribution of funds, because
Armando, so I need to. I'm trying to create what you want to be created, and if we're making an amendment for roads specifically, I need $19.5 million worth of roads projects for each one of the delegate regions. Now there's another talking about taking funding on an amendment that's possible from the T-tip legislation. And that legislation would be actually a different legislation that would have to be crafted and sent over to RDC. So if we want to get $19.5 million worth of project, we still need a listing, or else Office of Legislative Council cannot draft that legislation or that amendment, Honorable Otto.
Okay, that Speaker, I hear you. But again, I'm just trying to stand from a point where there's equal distribution for all delegate regions. So that's just my sense.
Well, Honorable Otto, there was one recommendation, and this was to Chairman Nez too as well. What was indicated was that there could be a request to drop a $19.5 million equal distribution legislation, and that could be dropped, and Office of Legislative Council would work together with the Speaker's office. But then again, we would have to set up meetings individually to get a $19.5 million expenditure plan from each one of the delegates. That was the other recommendation, Honorable, that would up the ante from the $100 million legislation that Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazzie has requested from the citizen funds. That was another recommendation.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw my motion. I'm just trying to make a point here. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Honorable. So, moving on down. Honorable Slater. 2 minutes and 31 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I think that the prudent thing at this time is to see what the passage is of the $3.6 trillion infrastructure package that's being considered by Congress right now. And we should wait until we have clarity on what we could be reimbursed, or we should put this into a position paper and advocate for this so the feds will pay for it. So I'll motion to table this legislation until Congress passes the $3.6 trillion infrastructure package.
Second, Delegate Daniel So.
That motion to table legislation 0313-20 until Congress considers the infrastructure package. By Honorable Slater, second by Chairman Daniel So. That, colleagues, on legislation 0313-20, this legislation again was referred on 4/19/2021 at the last spring session. Due to that, colleagues, this legislation, if this passes, this legislation would not exist anymore moving forward. On legislation 0313-20, We do have a motion. We do have a second. Colleagues, there's no debate on this motion, but I do have Honorable Yellow Hair on a tabling motion. You guys 3 minutes. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellow. May I speak?
Yes, Honorable Yellow Hair, you got 3 minutes. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes.
Speaker, Nova Nation Council, Yate, Aro Kodoi, legislation 0313-20. This legislation, I've been working on 2 years and a half now. Tell you, 2 years and a half. But table is not good, Honorable Slater. That's not good to do that. This is not a way to plan for the Navajo. I just want to not to vote for this table. I'll vote to ask you to vote red. Let's vote for green, but be real, be a leader. That's what we are. We should not have a narrow mind to take care of these laws. We need to tell more people that this legislation has been approved. That's my goal, my objective too. So kota ya ba this the table none of that tota to ba na tsara it opens to khatida they don't have at tida let's be real, be leaders, pass on this legislation for the people up there in Hardwood area and Pinion area, also Cooperwell, so they use this road. I don't let it sound to it, that's not our law. They make straight cut to Phoenix or Flagstaff. Aridan Hashindas Kandi University, UFA, Arizona State, other small college. They use this road to come home. Yeah, if they have to see. Oh, see, oh, nice. I can't. I don't know. No, can't even hit on my closing remark. Let's not table this legislation. Let's vote green to approve this 313-20 legislations for the people. Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, on legislation 0313-20, let's go to board on a tabling motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Kealan votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Junior Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Junior Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kanaswat-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kanaswat-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kanaswat-Crotty did not vote.
Delegate Amber Kanaswat-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kanaswat-Crotty votes green. Honorable Armin M. Daniels Jr. via text votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell
One
Halona.
votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Henyo votes red. Delegate.
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Ricky Nair.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nair votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
The tree, I showed it. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did
I
not
vote
vote.
green.
Honorable
Thomas
Honorable
Walker
Thomas
votes
Walker
green.
Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 12 in favor, 10 opposed, and speaker not voting. Mr. Speaker?
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater. I'm going to change my vote to red.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Carl Slater, the vote is red. So with that, Mr. Speaker, the vote is 11 in favor, 11 opposed. Mr. Speaker?
That, colleagues, is Chairman Yazzie. Chairman Yazzie, we're voting. That, Chairman Yazzie going twice. Chairman Yazzie going 3 times. That, colleagues, with a vote 11 in favor, 11 opposed, to table legislation 0313-20. Colleagues, Speaker is going to make a decision or vote on this. I vote red. The reason why I vote red is Honorable Yellowhair has presented this, and there's ways to know this even more.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Motion fails. Madam Chair, McCarty, point of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you let me know who was the main motion on that amendment to tables?
It was, my motion on the table was Honorable Slater, second by Chairman Daniel. So.
And Vice Chair Slater voted red against his motion tabled amendment?
Honorable Slater voted red to not to table. That, colleagues, back to the main motion. Honorable Keon Begay. 2 minutes and 28 seconds on reserve time.
Speaker, ya teknando lefkado. Ados nan tano senegit o bana inshka ashondet on hitchne. Akoko kodo ahit out ashinkudo RDC can put a package together for the rest of the district. Hatnini bayat iki akoko dik legislation dit on hitan hal source koko. I think it's our responsibility to just because an individual or a delegate had moved on legislation. I mean, we don't want to disrupt their process just so that we say that I mean, we have all the time in the world to drop legislations and in that region, Nikki, Papa Nain, consonant, I ask respectfully that we vote green on this legislation. Other passed that the nation not Leniki Banani Hinchka, as shown in the Schneidel RDC members, this is our responsibility. We got to do something. Ado Kodo, we got to send a message to NDOT and BIA that they got to do more than what we're trying to struggle to get or build roads across the Navajo Nation. On behalf of the Navajo people and the but again, we got to work on it. We have to work at it. Add on it. We know that it's not going to survive at the OPVP's office. Green be passed about the latest legislation. So with that, Speaker, I respectfully, humbly ask my colleague to pass this legislation with a green vote. Speaker, I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Honorable Keon Begay. That moving on down on reserve time. Honorable Charlene So, 3 minutes and 1 second.
Thank you, Shajah. Arota Yananit Eshonant Anita Shiyaji Honorable Keon Begay. I'm gonna reiterate that message. Ashana di question yaje Bansidakis. They get in the bus every day. That delays their school time and when to get to the campus. Adult first responders, a sweet Sani, they want to see the sequential Oba yake at Boholia. Ashonish and RDC members, Arnable Daniels, Ado Shana, Arnable Freeland, Ado Nana Shiyaj, Honorable Rick Ness, Ashondi Kwebansin Kiss. This is a great opportunity, and I definitely want to see this happen for the community there. They deserve this, and I speak solely on their part for the constituents of Whippoorwill and Hard Rock. Really consider this for the better of the people, and I urge that if President Nez is listening in his administration, to press harder for these funds from Washington, to push harder for the transportation. Anita, he met with Pete Buttigieg. That would have been a great opportunity to advocate for more funding, specifically for this road project. And I don't like Kuja Eastern Agency, Shiyaj, Daniel Soba area. They need road rehabilitation. Make use of those meetings. President Nez, and Speaker, I waive the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you, Charlene. So that moving on down. Chairman Rick Nez, 2 minutes and 59 seconds on reserve time. Chairman Nez?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. I was talking, somehow somebody's just muting me. And anyways, we traveled from Counselor to Pueblo Pantata last week, RDC, 30 to 20 miles. I said, I just thought, in the height, school buses, probably for 50 years or more. So, equal distribution, oh, today case, oh, the Naban today case. It doesn't mean that this is what we do. This is how we have a healthy debate here. Based on NGS close economic development, then there's no money going to come in after ARPA's gone. I'm voting red. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Thank you. That reserve time with 1 minute 36 seconds. Chairman Nez. That, let's continue on down. We've got new individuals in the queue.
Is Doug Gahiney, if you could add me to the queue.
Hey, with that, we're going down. Honorable Elmer Begay, then Vice Chair Walker, then Honorable Vice Chair Smith, and also Honorable Stewart, then Honorable Hinyo. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Members of the Navajo Nation Council. People that are listening on this conversation on the legislation for Jimmy Yellow Hair and out in MPL area. We know that projects that are in NPL is very complicated because I have one that it starts out from a trust land and it goes into NPL, then it goes into HPL, and it comes back out from Keystone to Whitecomb, and through that there's in between there's a NPL there again, in the middle of this HPL and NPL area, and then goes back into trust land again. Then when it comes back out to Whitecomb, it's NPL road. So there's all these fences that are there. So if you driving there, if you don't know, if you're not familiar with that area, you won't know which area you're on, HPL, NPL, trust land. So when we're trying to improve this road, it's like that. So I believe what is complicating, especially when it's divided into different sections. Because of that is what we're lacking out is water. We're trying to improve some water from roads, but we don't have that much water. And I wish Water Resource and BIA NPL office could help us. Maybe put a pump, a jet pump on one of those nearby windmills. that produces a lot of water. If they could do that, and then so the contractors can get water from there and to try to improve these wells, which we're not even coordinating that. But it's all we say that we're all benefiting for the Navajo people, but these programs do not coordinate, do not talk to each other. They're not even, they know they use this road. They know this, they're providing service to these people in that community, but they don't coordinate. If something happened, if they're lacking that water, we had to get water from elsewhere to bring those water into those areas to improve roads. So there's a lot of roads that are like that in my areas, just because of the NPL and XPL. So I feel for the community of Hart Rock and Forest Lake and those areas. So I'm thinking about my community in Teastoe and White Cone areas. But most of all, they got some money there. But one thing that I always think about is why is NDOT not using that funding that are already appropriated there for so many years? Now the cost of these materials are going up. So I think they should do partial improvements, use those monies. I keep asking that, but I support this this legislation. Speaker, that was. I wait my time too. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on down. Mr. Walker, good evening. Actually, good afternoon. On the main motion, legislation 0313-20. Vice Chair Walker, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker, for this time and opportunity to speak to the main motion on this legislation. Other colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, other sponsors, Shana, Honorable Yellow Hair, the Saben Hadit, a peso beyin Kidigi que a combe Nidavon Sos of a Nasha A and see case of a Nasha A Nahuita. The Nasha A at on the go call. At least I did now. Yesterday I reported to one of my chapters out in Western Agency during their regular meeting, and I reported that the Navajo Nation Council had not approved the fund management plan for ARPA, nor the expenditure plans. They go hand in hand. One goes first, and then the next with the that sequence order of the way we legislate funding financial matters per Title 12, the Appropriations Act. The Shnohashi now said fund management plan, other the expenditure plan. A question the peso ARPA today don't so but they had how they need to know. And then I'm mindful, like everyone else here on the council, that all our chapters had submitted ARPA proposals for funding from their respective chapters. What we're doing here today, we're looking to get money to fund road projects from the Sehasen account.
and we're saying that we will reimburse that account using ARPA. So basically, technically, we are allocating or appropriating indirectly, using the ARPA money. Skipping the fund management plan and skipping the bypassing the expenditure plan. Report. I know each one of you report to your chapter and let them know what to expect as far as the ARPA funds. And I know that you report on the fund management plan, then the expenditure plan to follow. But today, that's not what we're doing. I wanted to make that point. ARPA money, I thought so. Ashika Ebajada said, Nishisha Nana, Nishita E. South Island is what don't hit the dog. Shananta. A quite get Church Eba this thing so quite get 8 sheep in the Shinsoke so this Shananta do the Istagi a called a teen adult for a teen adult for the need lido Lana needs and Rabin that don't a teen the other hodorni should I need and then they couldn't get that we either. A quite echo, what are you? In today, kiss do edo don't send what end the quadrigo. That's only hit it. He has your door list. You're quite again. Aben has only get Bani Krego. Yat the Nebison left the Naya Henson, the Nato, the Nayanat Nato, the quite again. It out on the fund management plan or expenditure plan out on the Belanda let I da. But I didn't know. Bani Craigie quite again. 8 about this Nanda. One so thank you for this time, Speaker, members of council, and the listening audience we have this afternoon. Those are my comments. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. That moving on down, Vice Chair Smith, what is yours?
Thank you, Speaker, and the Navajo Nation Council. On this legislation 0313-20, here, I'm dealing with the I think this is opening the door for the upcoming talks about infrastructure through the United States. And what I see is that the monies that we'll be using, Yalagi, will be applied to 5 agencies, 24 delegates, and at the amount of 4.67 million apiece. My question is to Legislative Council on behalf of the area that I represent. One area that I keep talking about is Nahatadzil, and we don't have a commissioner out there. I'm wondering when that legislation will be completed, because in here it has Fort Defiance Agency Nahatadzil, and if we had a commissioner, we could approach the commissioner and ask for funding regarding Nahatadzil to also match the cost here, because they have the responsibility during the 1974 settlement. And the 1974 settlement has a lot of promises for them to improve their roads, to continue providing maintenance. There's a lot of paved roads out there, and there's a lot of roads that in that Nahatadzil area that needs to be continuously worked on. That's my question and concern. Speaker. If we sit on Navajo Land Commission, I was talking to Chair Otto So about this, and it'd be good to sit down and talk with the Office of Navajo Indian Relocation, because if they're going to be talking about federal dollars coming down, I'm hoping that Office of Navajo Relocation is also looking forward to asking funds for the chapters that they're supposed to be representing. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Reserve your time at 2 minutes, 24 seconds. Let me move on down. Honorable Stewart, floor is yours.
Hey, good afternoon, Silla.
Oh.
Aro and the colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Aro isang angi binadan do shanai up Mr. Yellow Hair. Yat esan on the bagage and kokwagi a D legislation they need energy. Oh yeah, they just I want to say that with this legislation, we all, just like what has been previously said, we all have roads in our area. With Fort Defiance, between Fort Defiance and Red Lake. So is dirt road. Wash a Quaggia, Black Creek Wash. The Queen, the Shin Queen's Kandan Shin Aya, and snow. We'll start your project this year. We'll start it now. You don't need. I too have community members that live on that road, elders that live on that road, children that go to school on that road. That's clay.
What did I say before?
That's just all clay road all the way through there. I have buses that run off the road. That road serves Windrock Unified School District. I also have Blue Canyon right there as well. That is a potential project again, starting for this year again. And so, I understand where all these roads come in from and what the need is. So I want to say that, with this legislation, if we're going to get, like what Shania said, if we're all going to get, the 19 million, yeah, sure. I have projects worth 19 million, roads in all directions of my 4 communities. Granted, we have the Telto Medical Center right there, but I still have roads all over too that need not paving, but they're more or less looking at the chip seal on their roads, and what needs to be done for their little communities going in and out, getting to safety as well. So and the discussions are going on now. I'm more or less leaning towards just voting red on this one. Reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, reserve your time at 2 minutes and 29 seconds. That, moving on down, Chairman Hino.
Nakialan, Sitsila Speaker Damon. Shinanta, 24th Nomination Council. Kudo, there's Ani, Neil Solishanam, Delegate Yellow here. Everybody listening in and listening to the debate here. Just sitting here listening to everybody, and just Sir Delegate Thomas Walker, he made a really, really good point that we are already spending the ARPA money, and we haven't even passed 110-21 yet, which is accepting the funds. And so that's concerning there, because we're saying to have some fun, but in reality it'll be reimbursed by the coming ARPA money. And so
that's just something that I never thought of, and he brought that out, and this makes me think now. But anyway, what my question was is that with Navajo Department of Transportation, how long have they been working on this road, and they've been allocated millions of dollars, and it still hasn't moved, from what I've been hearing through the work sessions? And so, what's the guarantee that this road and other roads that are on their books backlog will be completed within the allotted time of 4 years, or by 2024, which is 3 years now? And so, yeah, that's concerning to me. And it seems that yes, it feels good to vote on it and say yes, oh, we gave them money. But then again, on the backside, yeah, the reality side is, what's the guarantee that this road will actually be completed? And so that's just a concern I have regarding a lot of the road projects that we see every year during budget season, when each of the divisions, when they bring their budget before the committees, question millions of dollars that are just sitting there unspent. And it's always issues with the right of ways, or we're planning like starting it this year, and so forth. Not just roads, but there's water projects, community CIP projects, and so forth. And so that's just a concern I have regarding this allocation of money. And then, but in the meantime, I have a question for us, Office of Legislative Counsel and the Controller. If this legislation passes and it goes and it gets signed by the President, when will the drawdowns commence? Right away, or will it be still sitting in the citizen earning interest reservement time?
That, how much? Reserve time at 1 minute 41 seconds. That I'm going to defer the gavel over to Chairman Nez for a couple minutes. Chairman Nez, you go back to
Thank
Honorable
you.
Yellow Hair and the Controller and ask the questions, and I should be back then.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, Arasan and Paroshi Pro Tem Speaker Nishani Diahaki Onolanja. Let me go back to Honorable Chairman Hinya had a question, so let's go to the Controller, Ms. Begay. Ms. Begay, press *6 to unmute. Madam Controller. Madam Controller.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Robert Willie from the Controller's Office.
Okay, Mr. Willie, go ahead, sir.
The Sihasen, all the allocations that have been in the past, we've always been adamant that we keep the funding here so that it continues to earn interest.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, for your response. Let me go back to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, sponsor of the legislation. Honorable Yellowhair.
Oh, yeah. Pro Temp, Honorable Rick Nance, thank you very much. Yeah. Pero yeah, I see go in the hot go and it was out and the way to the gym garage, a hardwood area, and also between Pinion areas. I see a teen git. I see the name isn't all, but not, in Chile. I also have a call. There's a
Vitich is too steep on the side. Le Bagareha Tini Bichin. Yo Bahatsuna Tino. A cohort ego a Bahonoson. Or you see, I didn't see the there's a culvert about maybe the Quishes and there's 9 that's the Kachuda H. culvert. Yeah, so about that, a lot. Because there's a narrow road. It's all of Kachu H. Bahonoson. Even not the Nashi, even not the every day called us. Hajla Inia, Kadia Tina Dobanan in the shoulder. She yashed and no. She's a taxi on the Ayos cut out a snow. The text comes to me when it rains. Where are you? We need this road to be done to become paved. No, the basis has got even in 2 years and 2.5 years now. Puts us working on this legislation. It was very, very complex. But has been even in the I make my remarks before 23rd Council and November 22. You had jail. Other question 10 Zipan cases 23rd Council announced it, and the 24th Council. I didn't waste my time. I start meeting with DOT to get this road project to be done. Right now, at this time that we are ready, shovel ready to go. All we need is us to approve this funds. Based on indicate nay. So the best so snail. I saw zingo. So the year halady of the nepa. A good ego snan ona oskan the nepa. It is do not zeto pan just cases. It understand the pan just cases the ne shnat ani. Do be campaign the sleep at these door. Hand the on just case. Hala that she is chinde jilchim not at it out. She may yajin that any of a car in this was yaho. I can just case. The na of a car this once in this may yaj say that enders. My son that is so nice. He's not initiated. That's where it's in my heart. The never cut this without answers kiss. She hit without answer kiss. It's causing general. He had up a lot of song. The never ever has not only later that is song is could New Mexico net or appreciate the has now. That's it. Yegon the other hand. By here, thank you, Protect. Here, God bless each one of us. Here, to the nation of China. Thank you. Just to Bagade. One for each side of the Protect, Shana, Honorable Rick Ness.
Yeah, Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Honorable Daniel Shaw, you're up, sir.
Yeah, last Chair, Speaker Pro Tem, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the Nikado and Hidden, yes, and the East Side. Oh, Joanne, what Mr. Naz, need to know she started. King the Yuki. Oh, that has it. So cool. Sato. The queen, she enter laid. Has under. Oh, N474, 24 million. What's your date, huh? June 27, summer goods. Chidabil Nish. Which there for this reason? It's less than 10 million. Just the base of this job. You could have aid of been kissed the had net. Could have seen a only what the a touch it. Base of sitting at John a. Because I think so. it rests with the president and the division director for a certain dollar amount. Although for a higher dollar amount, it goes to the appropriate oversight and to BNF. Ko e kwaki
Southern shoot.
Shato Anita. Ko kwaki kato e Behasi or Lesto Hashin so di che Jimmy Yellow hair. Oh, Ani, and that has it hard and she's found that a lot. Ko stock kwaji stock for the Eastern, the Asian at the continent. Asto I see quite. And that has it. Ko she down the with how you now. Oh, then hit that no. In Hayat on the and the oyon that one hit all zen. Adn't the ko ila late oh it's the hit oh yanti Navajo base so you hit oh chose idole General Fund so Cordon Washington no face on the nature he so okay oh yeah so quite sato in could anda nesliki to census the yeah then there was high even a base of cook not a conde quite Navajo Nation to what our on Sikista. Do a store ne Chinley agency a kiss and a law a base of Julia. But look at the picture in the report the I bells in the black and white. The cook just said the other agencies oh a quaggy on this case so by yesterday. Ko di quaggy kato hajodo list. Look at this one 315 19 million. Out of the next one. I got whole count 133 million. So open that ne citizen be just basis in the league hoş chudon in league to a hunil that sunelta. This one 315 to 313 ata a lot say clean a peso to quaggy in the league a quaggy chudol is the needle. We will be appropriating monies that don't sit in an account that can be used for appropriation. A quaggy senant I nahabiket of tea. Hazoto list do quaggy satili had zigi Honorable Thomas Walker a on the what Hazoto list zigi basis. Thank you.
Time. Thank you, Honorable Chairman Daniel So. Yeah, at this time, I will hand the gavel back over to Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Here you go, over the mountain.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, thank you for taking the gavel over, Chairman. Thank you also, Chairman Daniel So. Let me go back to the floor. We do have Honorable Freeland in the queue at this time, so let me go to Honorable Freeland. On the legislation 0313-20, we are still on the main motion, colleagues.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Hold on, Honorable Freeland. Question of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Yes, Speaker, I just have one question. Have we already set precedents with spending ARPA money? I believe that similar language was added into other legislations. Can I get clarification on that? Thank you.
Madam Chair, there has been other legislations that does state that or has stated, clarified some resemblance to that has been done not only at community levels but also here at council. I'm not too sure how many legislations. Might take us some time to do some research on getting that, but there has been precedence before. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Good to get the numbers.
Okay. Honorable Freeland, where's yours?
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, Shananta, colleagues of the 24th Nomination Council, Aro Shananta Kongi, chapter officials, Nothenigi, all those listening in on the World Wide Web. Good afternoon, Honorable Jimmy. Thank you for this legislation. I have 8 chapters, and about five of them are in very remote areas, and I can understand or comprehend where Honorable Yellowhair is coming from. I have one chapter in particular, Telkai. It has 6 miles or 6 miles of gravel and dirt from Highway 371 to the chapter. It's 6 miles. This route is very rocky and very bumpy, and it's washboard as well. I, as a delegate, came into, that was one of my goals, was to help get this road paved or get it chip seal. And then once again, us on Eastern, we're always faced with this dilemma of land status. This particular route falls under several different land statuses, and that's what always is a hindrance, and it puts us at a huge disadvantage compared to Big Navajo. And you know, that's why I always say us in Eastern, we're kind of related, or we comprehend or call ourselves the stepchildren, because we have a huge disadvantage over the trust side. This route in particular falls under state, it falls under BLM, it falls under an allotment, it falls under trust, it falls under private. I wish we could get this route paved for White Rock. I really do. But once again, we're up against the challenge of getting approvals, complying with NEPA, getting all the allottees to sign off on one little portion of allotment. And you know, we've been meeting with the chapter, we've been meeting with the BIA, we've been meeting with BLM. This route is under San Juan County's jurisdiction, County Road 7760. More than anything, this chapter route deserves to be paved. And if none of you have ever been out to White Rock, I invite you to come out and drive on this road as well. The elders deserve. Every day, hot meals are delivered on this route to elders out there from Lake Valley Senior Center. A big shout out to the crew out there, Sean and the crew. Every day, CXRs drive on this route. This route also leads into a cross road that goes all the way to 491 and comes out south of Nosh Chitty. The late Senator Pinto wanted to pave this road, and once you get below White Rock chapter, it turns into truss. But the east side of the chapter is all checkerboard, and that's the challenge that we face out in Eastern against Shantai. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I really have to advocate for our area as well. I'll continue to do that because we will always be at a disadvantage out in Eastern because of 23 different land statuses. And that's the hard part. When you really want to do things to help our people, when you really are motivated, then you hit roadblocks, you hit walls because of federal laws, federal compliances, allotments, private land, state land. It's like a 20, 30 year, 40 year, 50 year process, who knows? But that's the challenge we're up against. And I'm going to continue. I have a little over a year and a half to do as much as I can to work on this 7760. And we'll continue to do that. I want to thank the chapter. I want to thank, most importantly, the people of White Rock. for continuing their advocacy on this route. I'll continue to fight for this route as well for them. They deserve it. Everyone deserves it in White Rock. Lake Valley, good afternoon to all of our people out there. Teya Trading Posts, the best nachos in Eastern Navajo Agency. If you haven't already tried it, check it out. Speaker. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. Okay, with that, moving on down. I don't have anybody else in reserve time. I mean, in the queue. So let me go back to reserve time. I have Honorable Otto, 1 minute. Did it? Come back. Reserve is time. 59 seconds. With that, moving on down. Chairman Nez, 1 minute, 36 seconds.
Speaker Damon, I'm ready to vote, so I waive my time. Thank you. I was muted. Had to unmute. Thank you.
Great, thank you. That, moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes and 24 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
That, reserve your time at 2 minutes and 23 seconds. That, moving on down. Honorable Stewart, 2 minutes and 29 seconds.
Waive my time, Speaker.
That, waive your time. Moving on down. Chairman Henio, 1 minute, 41 seconds.
Yes, again, National Speaker Damon. This question for Mr. Silversmith, if he believe he's an agent, is when if this money is allocated, when will he be drawing down the money? Reserve time.
Question, Public Speaker.
Question and privilege. Honorable Slater.
Speaker, I don't know if this is best answered by yourself or by Mr. Silversmith, but does this legislation allocate any additional funding or resources to the Division of Transportation to deliver the $133 million worth of projects that it would appropriate? I ask this because there was several legislations from the Permanent Trust Fund and from the CSN Fund itself that have been languishing because IHS and the Division of Community Development and other entities that were the recipients did not receive those resources to actually deliver the projects. You just gave them project money. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Question and privilege. At this time, I don't believe there's any in there. There might be some specifically in there, but reading through the amendment there, it seems like there's just enough that has been identified for the individual projects. Is there Silversmith, are you on the phone? You're on the line. Is Garrett on the line? Can you see?
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. Question of privilege.
Honorable, we'll try to get that information answered. Honorable Slater, staff, if you could get Garrett on the line. Question of privilege, Vice Chair Smith.
My question of privilege, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council. I keep hearing 133 million will be allocated, but I'm trying to find out how that's allocated. The 112,080,000 plus 19,500,000 comes up to 131 million. Where are we getting the 133? That's my question of privilege.
When you add in legislation 315-20, which is $1,424,705. Okay, moving. Almost later, we'll give you that information. With that, back to Chair. Honorable Chairman Heaney, your reserve time is at 1 minute, 20 seconds. Staff, if you could reach out again to Garrett, Mr. Silversmith. Chief Paulson, I know you're listening. If you could get your staff to reach out to Garrett, see if you can get him on the line, we appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Speaker Damon. I'm here. This is Garrett Silversmith.
Mr. Silversmith, I think there was a couple. Two questions.
Speaker Garrett should be on the line.
Okay, great. Chairman Hino, mind reiterating your question without taking some time off? Chairman Hino?
Speaker, this is Doug Davis. Are you giving me time to reiterate my question?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that. Question was, if this money is allocated by the council and signed by the president, and therefore it becomes an allocation to the Department of Transportation, give me a timeline of when NDOT will actually start drawing down the money. Hopefully my time's not being taken away. Is there my time if I have to?
No, you still have 1 minute and 20 seconds. That's one question. Second question is almost like, just to reiterate your question again.
Speaker, the question that I asked was whether any additional resources are provided in this legislation for NDOT to deliver these projects.
Oh, shoot, Mr. Silversmith, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Good afternoon. Again, thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon and Honorable Delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. There might be a delay in the progression of this discussion. I've been on this call since 12:25, since the beginning of this legislation, so I didn't hear the call for me to, about 5 minutes ago, to answer. But aside from that, going back to Honorable Delegate Henio's question is, my response to that is, to my understanding, his question is, when will Navajo DOT begin drawing down these funds? Well, in any construction project, a project must be fully funded for it to commence, for it to progress. From one phase, there's multiple phases in a construction project. Right now, we are drawing down funds from the existing funds that are already in the project. We are using it for plan, specification, and engineering design. We are using it for compliances. We are using it for right-of-way. So if this project is further supplemented by this legislation, yes, we will find usage for it, of course, and we'll, at some point, to some extent, we'll be drawn down on those funds to supplement the activities that we are doing now. How soon that can happen? Well, that's going to be dependent on when this legislation's funds and all the components attached to it get approved, go through the 164 process. We select a contractor for the project, we do procurement, we do bidding, and goes through the 164 review process, and then it goes back to OOC and OMB to get the business units established, and that's going to take months. So whenever that happens, at that point, we'll begin to draw down those funds. That's my response to Honorable Delegate Henio. And going to Honorable Delegate Slater's question is, to my understanding, his question was, do we have any existing resources for this project? My response to that is, yes, we have some existing funds for this project. And if Delegate Slater could make more clarification on that, additional resources, he says, is he talking about, I'm not sure what he's talking about there, but no, we're applying all our resources to this project as much as possible. We have currently 146 projects that are happening right now across Navajo, and we're actively pursuing and applying our resources to each of those to some extent, to some degree, to move those projects, 146. And those are the resources that we are applying to this project. If it's approved and we get these additional funds, we're going to continue a continuous application of our resources and our equipment toward progressing this project. That's my response as Honorable Delegate Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silversmith. With that, colleagues, we were continuing on. Joseph, this is who I have. I have Honorable Ana Silva, 59 seconds. Thank you, colleagues. So let me go back to the floor. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time on the main motion, but we do have reserved time. I reserve time for Honorable Otto So, 59 seconds on the main motion.
Thank you very much, Speaker and the members of the council. And I too is I have my firm I'm firm on this and looking at some sort of a equal distribution is something that has always been out. I always talk that into 23rd Council, and maybe we can look at the current T-tip and move some of those projects within that agency so that they can pick up Mr. Yellowhair's shortfall. Maybe that's another way to address the shortfall of the need for that road. And he is able to next attain Lana Danzan. Coal mines on the road from coal mine to loop. What ego certain what actually your team. AD what Omaha Street what ego only first windmill copper mine only could be told the next team. So team Benjamin now here. Thank you.
Moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes and 23 seconds.
Okay, Speaker. Excuse me. Now that we have Mr. Silversmith on board, I'm looking at Exhibit C, and it's written here that approximately 2.8 miles of NORA 8031 crosses Hopi tribal lands, one major bridge crossing over Ribe. My question earlier was on the amendment, but now that we're on the main motion, has that been accomplished on the right way? I reserve my time. Thank you.
That reserve your time at 1 minute 52 seconds, Vice Chair Smith. Moving on down, Chairman Hinu, 1 minute 20 seconds. On reserve time.
Okay, thank you. Kailan to the Speaker Damon. The Navajo Department of Transportation on their response to the question I had, and this was one of the issues I had is the drawdown when it happened because if this allocation doesn't move through, we just need to keep that in citizen as long as we can to keep have network for us to keep earning interest, and so that's the issue I had. I mean, yeah, my area there are a lot of road needs that I have, but I feel that that's a different venue where I can start talking about it. Is during the for other monies that start coming in. So that, Speaker, to yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Chairman Hinu. That let me go back to the sponsor. Honorable Yellowhair, response. Any comments, questions at this time?
Hello, good afternoon again, Speaker Damon on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I do respect each one of you concerns about the need more fund equal distributions. Like I said, this project I've started working on 2.5 years now. I did not just dream about it. If I want to do this too, if I just come in with just asking for $19,500,000, if I don't have the project, talk about this, that's for me, it's nonsense. That's why I work with the NDOT to get this project together and ready, shovel ready to go to take care of this business. Budget of the pesos cut or the project then by ya just kit on this. Say those likot ada ebony na ti halebe hini ai shika or what is nepis. Ba hien san ina hitate na a quaggy equal distribution the topic ada. Or not about auto le pesos, not a small project. Say I'll support you. Bring your project, put in a legislation, put it together. We'll support, I'll support you. A good job on this case, not only. He doesn't so he got what he gonna buy LT. Latin then he put a caro, a lot or later, AD, but couldn't see. A good ship could also support his project. Say about every project that you bring before as a committee. I'll never complain. Shisha, to the Shnida. It over young son of or now, but or little lay had no edo best ada. Edo the never had ada. The never nisa. Kisco. Nisa hot egg expedite. Take care of business at home. This is the same way. A one so young she didn't kid. The nobody. Just the gym because a cat. And it are 83 or in straight cut it is in the money valley, shan to the when it was not that one they go make straight cut to pace on that gas no machine that is the wall. You can eat on it all this. On it, that's not on. You're not a kid being a committee. I request for your support. Let's do it. It's our central Chinle agency councilman Shito. You're for the people too. I don't know anything that I'm 24 councilman, but I thought, is he nice or no? I don't know. Let's make simple and vote green. God bless you, each one of you. Should nice not kind of that was on the way. I did all shut I don't know how to it's not trying to get. Thank you very much, Speaker. Yeah.
That, let me go to, I know there's a question for Mr. Silversmith again. Mr. Silversmith?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Speaker. This is Garrett Silversmith. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and all participants in this call. So I'll go directly to Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith's question about, I believe his question was he wanted an update on the right-of-way portion that crosses Hopi. So my response to that is, as indicated correctly by Honorable Delegate Ray Smith, 2.8 miles does cross Hopi Reservation. And the update on that is that the biological resources, speaking specifically on the environmental compliances on this project, the biological resources has been completed, cultural resources has been completed, and as a result of these two phases of the project being completed, the environmental assessment was completed, and therefore we now have a FONSI, finding of no significant impact on this project, was issued on behalf of this project on April 20th of 2021 now. So that's a big achievement in this portion of the project, is acquiring and securing the FONSI for this project. So now in BIA, so now the Hopi along in coordination with Navajo DOT, we are putting all the appropriate documents together for now right-of-way, to secure a right-of-way now. So on the right-of-way, the Bureau of Indian Affairs Navajo region will be the applicant for the right-of-way. So the right-of-way action is in process right now. So once that is completed, more than likely it's going to go to Resources and Development Committee for review. So that's the update, Honorable Delegate Speaker Damon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Silversmith. That, continuing on, colleagues, we are on legislation 0313-20, and I don't have anybody in the queue. We're on the main motion at this time. I do have a reserve time, so let me go back to a reserve time. With reserve time, I have Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute and 52 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Garrett Silversmith, for answering that question. On Exhibit E, this is to Mr. Silversmith regarding the allocation for the 4.67 million. How did that divided up equally? How was that put in place? Some of those places are really in dire need of major improvements. In other places, I just want to know how they came up with this Exhibit E under page D of 5, specifically under my chapters that I cover, and reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you. That 57 seconds. Go back to Mr. Silversmith.
Good afternoon, and once again, Delegate Speaker Damon, Garrett Silversmith here. So I'll respond to Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith here on this question here. So I believe the question here was, how was the 4.67 million derived for the as it relates to this project? So if I'm correct, if my memory serves me right, I'm looking at the legislation here, is that this would have to be deferred to, well, not deferred, but I can answer this. But this was, I believe, an attachment, an amendment, or however it's defined. So this was going back to Honorable Delegate Crotty when the creation of this legislation was, if you do 4.67 million for each delegate region, that amounts to roughly about $112 million. So I believe, to my understanding at that time, was Honorable Delegate Crotty was creating an attachment to this legislation to pursue additional funds for each delegate region, and we were limited to approximately 112 million. Now, going back specifically more in depth to the question of 4.67 million, this document that was part of this legislation goes back a couple of years, if you recall, back to the transportation bonding plan as it was being created a couple of years ago, pre-COVID. Our staff and each delegate, we met with them as far as, there was a period of 2 weeks when we were meeting. Well, it goes well beyond 2 weeks, but when we met with each delegate at the legislative office there in Window Rock, was that we informed each delegate we are limited, we are subdividing $112 million into 24 delegate regions, which therefore results in $4.67 million. So when we met with each delegate, we were said, give us your highest priorities. Here's our suggestions for the highest priorities in your delegate region. So then that was strategically discussed. Projects were removed, projects were added based on priority, based on average daily traffic, average daily volume, and so forth. And so that's how we derived these projects for each delegate region. And you notice that not all each chapters were represented in this 4.67 for each delegate region, because that would have been very, very difficult to, not very difficult, but that would have been hard to do as far as selecting projects 4.67 within each delegate region. But overall, this was discussed back in 2019, and that's how we came up with these sheets as far as the correlation, the connection between this $4.67 million for each delegate region, and then also how it correlates and relates to this overall legislation. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Speaker Damon.
Thank you. So, Smith, that we'll go back. I don't have anybody else in the queue. We are on legislation 0313-20 on the main motion. That I do have Honorable Vice Chair Smith with 57 seconds in reserve time.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. I'm about ready to wrap this up. This question goes to the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. Once we pass this legislation, is there a possibility that this could be amended for each district or the chapters that is represented in case there's a shortfall on certain projects that need to be allocated funding as long as within that 4.67 million? That's my question, Speaker. I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
How much? Thank you, Ms. Barbara, to answer Vice Chair Smith's question, if there's any changes into the projects or changes in recommendations in any of this, particularly, I think in Section E or Exhibit E.
Speaker, thank you. This is Ms. Barbara.
Recommended, and I think it goes back to NAPI, doesn't it? Per Section 4, number 4.
Thank you, Speaker. As written right now, plus the amendment that was added at the Budget and Finance Committee, there are no provisions for changing the projects that are described in Exhibit E. So if you want to handle project changes at the NABI level, we will need to draft an amendment to do that. I would say we will need maybe 20 minutes, maybe 30, but we can get that done.
Thank you. So there's no changes. That, what was his, what was time? 31? That, colleagues, we'll go back to nobody in the queue. Back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 31 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Real quickly, I'd like to do that amendment that Chief Legislative Counsel had mentioned so that these can be switched around. I reserve my time.
That, colleagues, what is it, how much? Huh? That, reserve your time at 21 seconds. Ms. Barbara. Request to modify or request for an amendment. That, colleagues, time now is 5:07 p.m. Going into recess until 5:30 p.m.